Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithya I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. We welcome all the participants to today's Nithyananda yoga session. Let us all now sit down on our yoga mats. Get ready. Apply the vibhuti and kumkum. Wear your Rudrakshamala and prepare your Pancha and the Dharni. 1 cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. Settle down and let us now all sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. The hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next we will chant the Shiva Mula mantra Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tattvas, the ritualistic cleansing. Now take your Panchavatam and Dudani and keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Now take on a journey, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm. We are going to repeat this process thrice.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Pancha and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With your index and thumb together, touch the right nostril and the left nostril. With ring finger and thumb, touch the right eye, the right ear, and the left ear. Then wash your hand again. Join your little finger and thumb together and touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. With all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand once more. Now, clasp the right hand over top of the left and place both hands onto the right thigh. Close your eyes and set the sankalpa, the conscious declaration, what you want to manifest in this ritual of yoga. Hold the visualization of your manifestation as you chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Namo Bhatta Samasta Duritakshiyadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Astyam Shubhadithau Purana Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Aviskaranaartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om Apaupasprisya.
And place your Panchapatam and Udani aside out of harm's way so we can safely enter into the yoga practice. Before we start off, let us briefly cover the components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. The first component is asana, the physical postures aligning your physical body to the cosmic geometry, aligning your body to Paramashiva. Next up is pranayama, the breathing techniques, where you align your breathing flow to Paramashiva. Mudra, the energy circuits performed with your fingers, your hands, your limbs, and various other body parts. Close the energy circuits in your body and prevent the prana from seeping out. Activate the non-mechanical parts of your brain and awaken powers within your system. Bandha, the energy locks. Pump the Kundalini Shakti upwards along your spine and prevent it from falling down again. The bandhas we are going to perform are of 3 kinds. The Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it upwards. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally locking your throat. Together performed, these 3 bandhas make Mahamudra Bandha, which is a powerful technique for Kundalini awakening and a well-kept secret in the yogic science. Next up is Karanas, the sacred dance postures, as they are visible in the temples throughout India. In Karanas, you move your limbs in synchronicity, aligning your movements to the cosmic movements and leading to a subtle but intense breathing flow, intensifying the prana uptake. The next component is visualization. Throughout this asana practice, we're going to project various different visualizations. Hold the visualizations as you are performing the asanas and align your thinking to Paramashivam, intensify your asana practice and manifest the essence of the asanas by holding the visualization intensely. The next component is japa, the internal repetition of mantras. As you visualize the mantra rotating around your throat, like, for example, a prayer wheel, the mantra gets invoked in your throat center, cleansing your Vishuddhi chakra and activating Vak Shakti, the power of speech, as you align your speech to Paramashiva, turning your words into reality. Next is the external chanting of mantras, which is what our Acharya is going to do. Throughout the asana practice, the instructions for the asanas are going to be chanted in Sanskrit, in the words of Mahadeva himself, providing the phonetic significance, the highest energy space created through the sacred syllables of the Sanskrit language, providing you with a high energy space, holding your aura in that energy field throughout the yoga practice. The next component is weightlifting. If you want to intensify the asana practice, you can keep weights at the side of the mat. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, bodybuilding is a spiritual practice. So intensely awaken your Kundalini Shakti by implementing weights into this asana practice. Next up is mandala. The geometric figures, the lines and shapes, which you can see in the background, make up the Shri Yantra, which is a representation of all the gods and goddesses, the reflection of the macrocosmos mapped onto the microcosmos. If you gaze at the Shri Yantra, all these energies are being mirrored into your inner space and awakened intensely. So be aware of the presence of the Shri Yantra throughout the yoga practice as much as possible. Next up is Abharana, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. As you can see, our acharyas are wearing the Rudraksha malas. Rudraksha beads function like a spiritual battery. Once they are charged up, slowly they are giving off the spiritual energy to whoever's wearing it on their skin. So keep skin contact to Rudraksha beads as much as possible, especially during Nithyananda yoga, as we are now going to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in this practice. The final component is Aushadha, the sacred alchemy science. The Aushadha products like Vibhuti, Kumkum, sandalwood paste, and any of the other Aushadhas made by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, like Jnananjana and all the various other Aushadhas, can be applied during the yoga practice to infuse prana through the skin. So apply Aushadha and feel the benefit throughout this yoga practice. With this, let us now move into the yoga practice. Starting off with the first asana of the sequence, which is Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs touching. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale all the way. Hold your breath and visualize a flame being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. As you engage all three bandhas, root lock, stomach lock and throat lock in Mahamudra Bandha, and internally chant the japa Soham again and again.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन चितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet onto opposite thighs in Padmasana. Then join your hands together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight, engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front. Extend your feet slightly away from the body. Then interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind your heels if you can. Now gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji and engage all three bandhas.
पूर्व विधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतली संपुटिठानो.
We move on to Nagi Pavasana. Keep the soles of the feet together and extend your arms out in front of you. Cup your palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze through your nose, engage your bandhas and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूर्व विधि पर्यागाने नीचौ वीकहु निफनास्यो लगाई.
The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Stretch your legs forward and up. And then cross your legs into Padmasana. Lean forward and down as you keep holding onto the toes and place your elbows on the ground. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stack your knees and ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Engage all the bandhas, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पातिकी आशमाहिली सोज दश चरण गोबार लौता परिगुल्फ समोय.
Next up is Gajasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and push your hips up high as you scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. Visualize yourself as an elephant and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Next up is Rikshasana. From the same posture, now alternate pressing one heel into the ground while lifting the other heel up again and again. Visualize yourself as a bear and engage Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् रक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of your big toes if you can. Bring your hands to the chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together at the heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः अथ वैश्यापक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Karana, the first Karana of the sequence. As you stand in Arimandi posture with your heels together, toes pointing outwards. Now twist one knee and raise it up along the center of your body. Follow along with the respective hand in a circular motion again and again on both sides. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra. Now pull one knee up towards your chest. Hold it with your hands. As you stand erect on the mat like a rod, engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next asana is Padapidanasana. Now hold one foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks with both hands. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside with one hand. Lean forward and down as you extend the other arm forward, keeping the hand in Bindu Mudra, index and thumb together. Now engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now stand on the other leg. Repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
Ekam janurasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati.
Now repeat Padapittanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now hold the sole of the foot, lean forward, extend your other arm as you kick your leg back and up. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja and Natarajasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Chakrana. From Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Keep your hands at the chest. Then step the right foot behind the left and swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. After some time, place the hand over top of your nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side as well. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure and dance wildly. Bold integrity into your very bone marrow. We move on to Katicchinakarana. Now stand in Arimandi posture and cross your arms above your head with the palms facing backwards. Now twist your body to one side, open up your arms wide, return to the center, cross your arms again, repeat the movement again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand on the tips of your toes as you raise your arms up above your head. Keep the palms parallel as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Engage all three bandhas and internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down and place your hands flat on the mat in front of you if you can. Otherwise, lean down as low as you can and bring your head as close to your knees as possible. As you squeeze your body, engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next up is Tadakshvasana. Place your hands flat on the mat and step your feet back into a plank position. Now tuck your chin to the chest and start rotating your chest from left to right as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं दव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् धरक्श्वासनं भवति.
Now lower your body flat on the mat. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise your head and chest up by the strength of your lower back. Engage your lower back intensely. Keep your feet flat and open up your mouth widely, inhaling through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Next up is Shashasana. Now push your body up into the plank position and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. leading the prana along your spine as you engage the Mula Bandha.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Next up is Rathasana. From the same position, now step one foot in between the hands. Jump the foot back and exchange the position of your feet again and again, visualizing yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Keep one foot forward and the other one far back. Keep the back toes facing sideways and bend the front knee in a 90-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel above your head. Push your hips forward. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now place the sole of one foot to the inner thigh. As you raise your arms above your head, hands joined together in Anjali Mudra, keep your elbows straight, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot onto the opposite thigh. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्य येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषात् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now stand on the other leg. Place the foot in the inner thigh and visualize yourself as a tree as you raise your arms up, repeating Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now place the foot onto the opposite thigh, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back in Garudasana on the other side.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्य येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषात् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Next up is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back. Keep the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms parallel to the ground. Then lean forward and down and raise the opposite arm up towards the sky as you gaze upwards. Visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up, exchange the position of your feet and lean down, gaze up, repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikuttaka Karana. Stand in Adimandi. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent, and raise one heel off the ground. Then place your hands in front of your chest with the palms facing each other. Stomp the raised heel down as you lift the other heel up and exchange your hands, the position of your hands in front of your heart again and again. We move on to Angushtasana. Now lower your body down and sit on raised heels as you keep your knees together, lifted off the ground. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, and perform the Mula Bandha as you internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
From Angushtasana, extend one leg forward. Keep your hands by the side, with the fingertips just touching the ground, the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Vidunanasana. From the same posture, lean forward and down. Hold onto the front big toe in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers, and hold the back heel with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाप्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now, extend the opposite leg forward. Keep the hands at the side as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, hold on to the front big toe and the back heel as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाप्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now step both the feet in and sit on raised heels. Keep your knees lifted off the ground, spread apart, with your hands on top of the knees, palms facing up. Now tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze through the gap in between the palms. Focus on the space within your hands, in between your hands, as you gaze in Shambhavi Mudra with eyes open wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दो फणापाणि होय वैसे एडी दो गुदानि वैसे पूरपक तल्या की माहिली आयस माहेरा शेमिली.
Next up is Kapilasana. Now place your knees on the ground. Keep your toes tucked and sit on raised heels. As you keep your hands relaxed on the thighs or knees, whatever is more comfortable. Gaze to your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे.
Maintain the same posture. Shift your gaze to the third eye, your visualization to Swamiji, and the Bandha to the Mula Bandha.
दो पगदली संपट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकवे से.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now raise your knees up off the ground, bring the soles of the feet together and sit on raised heels as you join your hands together in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, joining thumbs and little fingers and spreading the fingers like a lotus flower. As you raise your arms up above your head, gaze through the gap in between the palms and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एडी दो गुदातरियाने फना पानी बैठक बुनिठाने.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now sit with your knees on the ground, the feet flat, overlapping, and sit on your heels as you keep your hands on the knees. Gaze up towards your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog and press your tongue up against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् मण्डुकासनम्.
Next up is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain Mandukasana, but bring your hands behind and hold on to opposite shoulders with your hands. Keep your elbows as close to your head as possible. As you gaze to your third eye, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a frog.
Mandukasana madhyastam urparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bhekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam.
Next up is Simhasana. Now cross your feet and sit on your feet as you place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose and extend your tongue out, exhaling forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
Dakshinam sajagulbhena dakshinena tadetaram hasto chajanmo samstapya sangulika prasarya cha.
Next up is borderless. Now keep the feet flat, soles of the feet together, toes pointing backwards, and cross your arms behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka in Bhadrasana.
Gulbhau chabrishana syadho vyutkaramena samahitaha padangushtav karabhyam cha dhritva cha prishtadeshataha.
Next up is Kakabhushandi Asana. Now place your feet flat and the knees open wide as you bring your arms in and around the raised knees and reach for your arms behind your back. Try to interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra as you visualize yourself as a crow.
Pratame vesakau kadatane dovu hath pagam ane.
Next up is Karnipavasana. Now keep your hands flat on the ground and place your elbows onto your arms towards your armpits. Now lean forward and down, find balance, lift your feet off the ground and balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Asan ko gun ashi dishta hoi to achi hoi.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. With your hands flat on the ground, your knees on your arms, lean forward and place your head on the mat. Lift your legs up and straighten them into a headstand posture. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
Shisha shisha dharti teki pagdogu. Miliva ucha kukare.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a squatting posture. As you place your palms flat, twist your body to one side and align your knee and your hip with your elbows. As you lean forward, find balance and lift your body off the mat. Straighten your legs out to the side. Gaze up. Visualize yourself as a peacock and breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way as deep as you can, again and again in Paramashivoham.
Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam.
Now twist your body to the other side, lean forward and down, balance on your arms as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a beautiful peacock in Paramashivoham on the other side.
Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam.
Next up is Bhairaganathasana. As you enter the plank position with your feet extended backwards, step one foot outside the respective shoulder and in between the two hands. Push your hips forward. Engage the Mula Bandha as you gaze upwards towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
Asana goguna piti jai.
Step the front foot back. Bring the other foot in between the hands. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava as you repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
Asana goguna piti jai.
Next up is Unmukha Pitasana. step the front foot back again, and now place your forearms on the ground. Hold the plank position. Slightly walk your feet forward to raise your hips. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगल कटिस्थलमभिरुका.
Next up is Vasishthasana. Now rise back up into the plank position and rotate your body, lifting one arm up towards the sky. Gaze upwards and balance on your arm. Keep your core engaged, your body straight as you visualize yourself as sage Vasishta in Vasishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहरमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Rotate your body in the opposite direction. Repeat Vasishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहरमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now extend your legs forward. Sit with your legs straight and bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing upwards. Now gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. Exhale all the way, Rechaka Kumbhaka, as you tuck your chin to the chest, contract the perineal floor, and internally chant the new japa Maha Sadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोवू करगी उभय हथेली कोरवा रेली मैले भेली.
Keep your legs extended forward, knees straight as you now lean forward and down and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Index and middle fingers. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in Paschimottanasana.
जानु बरीरलाटन्तु पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुगन्धार्यं च जायते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. Keep your legs extended forward. Interlock your fingers behind your neck and lean forward and down as you bring your elbows outside of the knees. Squeeze your core as you engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Kali in your inner space.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुभरि शिरोऽन्यसेत्.
Next up is Marichi Asana. Now bring one heel against the perineum with the knee raised. Lean forward and down and bring your arm in at around the knee, interlocking both your hands behind your back. Bring your head closer down towards your knee as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the knee down to the side. Keep the heel at the perineum as you lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now bring the other heel against the perineum, knee raised. Lean forward and down, interlock your fingers behind your back as you repeat Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the raised knee to the side. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the foot. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
The next asana is Madarasana 3. Now join the soles of the feet together with the heels close to your perineum. Hold on to your feet with interlocked fingers as you push your knees down towards the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ दुवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिवेत पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
The next asana is Gvalibhavasana. Now extend your feet slightly away from the body and place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose, engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व चरपट चौकक्षो सोजी वाही विधियो कीजे सोजी जामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now bring your heels back closer towards your perineum. Hold onto the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and place your head on the ground above the heels. As you gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself, projected in the top right corner of the screen. Internally repeat the Japa Maha Sadashivoham.
दो पगदली संबड़ करे एडी मेड के ढिंग धरे.
Next up is Milaki Pavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep the heels together, toes apart. Extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground, behind the heels if you can, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिपगदली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now keep the toes together and the heels apart and bring your arms underneath the shins, palms facing up. Try to place your head on the ground in front of the feet with the toes touching your throat. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोबू पगदली संबड़ करे 16 मेढ आगा में धरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now keep the heels closer towards your perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and open them up like a book as you press your elbows down onto your thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगा गी एडी धरती मगिबा मेढ लगावे.
The next asana is Charapata Chokasana with the heels close to your perineum. Place your hands on the knees and gently push them down towards the ground. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दोगु पगदली संबुड़ धारे आगा ने करे जा रे पसारे.
We move on to Bhairavasana. Keep the soles of the feet together, bring the toes down to the mat and the heels up off the ground. Intensely twist and open your spine. Use the support of your hands if needed. As you then place your hands onto the knees in Bindu Mudra, index and thumbs together. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava, the Lord of Time.
गुल्भौ संपीड्य जान्योन्यं व्युत्कर्मेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Next up is Samanasana. Now press one heel against your perineum and pull the other sole up against your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्
Now raise the foot up above your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and straight. Keep your hands at the side for balance as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्ततः
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Press your perineum with the other heel as you pull the other foot against your chest. Hold your breath in the Muladhara chakra as you visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्
Now bring the foot over top of the respective shoulder, extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze up, visualize Swamiji, repeat Apanasana on the other side.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्ततः
The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now slide one knee over top of the other. Keep your heels at the side of your hips, hands on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a cow as you breathe in all the way, hissing through your teeth as you inhale. Press your tongue up against the palate of the mouth in Sitkari Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda in Gomukhasana.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्भन्तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा
From the same posture, now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to your nose, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Rishika and Asuya.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्भन्तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. From the same posture, now interlock your fingers behind your back and Parashu Mudra, lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knees, try to touch the ground with your nose. As you visualize yourself as Rishika and Asuya in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिटा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा शिवले पकतल्यालो वाड़ावाई सुधाराशे
Next up is Galadasana 2. Now press your perineum with one heel, place the other foot flat on the mat, and place your hands on top of the knees. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वार नीचैदे
Now raise your perineum onto the heel, twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage, Narada and Naradasana.
पुष्टि जुवाम पगदली गैरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी
Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh. Keep the other foot flat. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot. As you gaze to your nose and visualize visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो घृतं मत्स्य पीठकम्
Now repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Stack your knees. Interlock your fingers on top. Visualize the face of a cow and don't forget to breathe in Sitkari Kumbhaka.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फन्तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
Now repeat Anasuyasana. Hold onto the big toes and Visualize yourself as Rishikana Surya.
दक्षिण घोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाबों ताकि ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back, lean forward and down. Visualize yourself as Rishikana Surya in Anasyasana too.
जीवना गोदा की संधि प्रलापा घोड़ा की संधि.
Now keep the other foot flat. Repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side.
डावो पग मोड़िए डी माहिलो कुल बमूल द्वार नीचे दे.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana on the other side.
पृष्ठज्वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Now place the other foot onto the opposite thigh as you repeat Matsya Pitakasana, holding onto the shin and the big toe and visualizing Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्टंतो घृतमत्स्य पीठकम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana, with one foot onto the opposite thigh. Now place the other foot flat on the mat, raise the knee, and twist the opposite elbow around the raised knee. Hold your head with the raised arm, place the other hand on the ground behind you, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Next up is Kubhasana. Now extend the front arm down to the foot. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you gaze up and back, visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन कोगन झोलो जाए.
Keep the front arm extended. Place the other hand on the ground behind you. Twist your body, gaze back and up as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga and Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं चरप्रदीप्तं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Place the other foot onto the opposite thigh. Raise the knee, twist your elbow outside the raised knee. Hold your head and gaze backwards as you place the other hand on the ground behind you.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Now extend the front arm and hold the back ear. As you gaze up, visualize yourself as a camel in Kubhasana on the other side.
There are so many ways to work on the tongue.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Now place the back hand down on the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga, as you repeat Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं चरप्रदीप्तं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now sit with your feet on top of opposite thighs. Keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva, breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Hiss through your teeth as you press your tongue against the back of your teeth. And internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Maha Sadashivoham.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now cross your arms in front, hold on to opposite big toes. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, still breathing in Sitali Kumbhaka in Padmasana too.
उत्तानो चरणो कृत्वा उरुसंस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukkutasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs and place them flat on the mat. Visualize yourself as a rooster and breathe calmly through your nose as you lift your entire body off the ground and balance on your arms.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरौरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Asana. Now rise up on your knees and keep your hands flat, fingers pointing towards your body. Lean forward onto your elbows, find balance, lift your body off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामोष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
Now straighten your legs. From a kneeling posture, lean onto your elbows and stretch your legs back as you lean forward, find balance, and lift your body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock as you perform the Mula Bandha in Mayurasana.
अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay on your stomach and interlock the fingers behind your neck as you keep the toes pointing outwards. Place your heels on the mat as you visualize yourself as a crocodile.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो.
Now keep your hands next to your shoulders and raise your legs off the mat. Engage your lower back and glutes as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मपक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयो स्थलाभ्याम्.
Next up is Ushtrasana. Laying on your stomach now. Bend your knees and hold onto your feet. Pull them outside the hips as low to the ground as possible as you visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Hold onto your feet. Kick your legs back and up as you raise your chest. Tilt your head back. Gaze upwards. Bend your back as much as possible as you gaze upwards and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Now sit up into a kneeling posture, your feet flat, heels outside the hips. Sit on the ground as you keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji, and internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरोज गति करे एक ऐसे.
Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat. Hold your head with your hands, walk your feet forward, raise your hips, and then lift your legs up off the mat as you enter a headstand posture. Just Gohya Asana. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Squeeze your body in this inverted posture as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनिह कलाई जाने दोई.
Now straighten your legs up into Shirshasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down. Extend your legs out in front. Hold the calves as you raise your legs up. Raise them vertically and exhale rapidly again and again in Pastrika Kumbhaka, pushing the air out from your abdomen like the bellows of a blacksmith. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha in Podyasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने.
Now bring your arms behind your back. Hold on to opposite shoulders. Keep your legs up. Keep breathing rapidly as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace in Bharikasana.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms out in front. Keep your arms parallel to the ground. Legs up. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a ball. Breathe rapidly in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं घोरपराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Now, bring the soles of the feet together, the hands scoop below the feet, and pull them up against your chest. Keep rapidly breathing in Vastika Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
पगतली संपूट करी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई पगा का अंगूठा दो बोले बू परली कानी तालवे.
Now lay on your back, keep your feet flat, the knees raised, and bring your hands flat just behind the heels. Push your hips up to the sky as you engage the Mula Bandha, the root lock, and the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Exhale as you keep the throat lock engaged, pushing the air up to the higher energy centers. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Udmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lower your entire body down on the mat. Lay flat. Keep your hands next to the hips, palms facing up. Once more, engage the perineal floor. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine forcefully from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. Relax. Now, visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Shivasana as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly sit back up into a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of the sequence. With this, we thank all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants for joining us for today's Nithyananda Yoga session. You're going to have the next session starting very soon, so stay tuned. And all the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, please stay tuned as we are going to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence now. With the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasanishthasana. Now sit in a comfortable posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine as long as you keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha as you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach. Hold your breath and visualize a flame being formed in your stomach. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which is going to be the japa for the remainder of this session.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. As you sit in a cross-legged posture, breathe deeply. Inhale and exhale deeply again and again. As you keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now, place your left heel against the perineum and place your right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you gaze, keep your hands flat on top of the knees. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्भतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same posture. Shift your gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the same posture. Shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas intensely as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादगे जानो सीमनीमथितासकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Maintain the same posture. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Shiva.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एकजुगति ऐसे विधि राखे.
Next up is Santadhunasana. Maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुणमन की चंचलता मीट.
Now, cup one hand over the other in front of your navel in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintain your legs in the same position and set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. Form the Mula Bandha and get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way and hold your breath as you close your mouth with little and ring fingers, the nostrils with the middle fingers, the eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery, Vira.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
We move on to Valmikasana. Maintain the same posture. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
डावा पगगी पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now rotate your hands, keep them flat on your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself. You can see it in the top right corner of your screen. Keep focusing on the samana in your stomach and engage the Mula Bandha as you do so.
वामपादगी पगतली चाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture. Just shift your gaze to your third eye. Keep visualizing Yoni Mandala in this posture.
योऽन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Borderless 3. Now join the soles of your feet together and hold on to the feet with both hands interlocked. Push your knees down to the ground by the strength of your groin. Intensely open up your hips as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra, engaging Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
The next asana is Aghorasana. Keep your heels against the perineum. Place the right hand over top of your mouth and close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril all the way. Then hold your breath. Close both nostrils. Then exhale through the left nostril and alternate the direction of the breathing flow in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Press your tongue up. Lead it up along your nasal tract if you can in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori in Aghorasana.
पूर्व कहो विश्रिका जोजी वाही विधियों की जय सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now, keep your toes together and your heels apart and lean forward and down as you place your elbows on your heels. Rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to your nose. Breathe in Rejaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way as deep as you can. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Parasana. As you sit with your knees raised off the ground, bring your arms in between your legs and interlock the fingers in front as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopichandasana. As you interlock your fingers around the feet, lift them up against your chest and gaze to your nose as you bring your chin down on your hands. Embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकू पुराशे.
We move on to Uddarasana. Similarly, with the soles of the feet together, bring your arms underneath the feet and interlock your fingers around the toes. As you then raise your legs up, place your chin on the soles of the feet, gaze to your nose, and visualize your body being free from any defects in Uddarasana.
दोवो पगदले संपटठाने उभय हस्त करिवृत हिताने.
From the same posture, raise your feet even higher in front of your face. Keep your interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवो पगदली जोड़ी संपूट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. As you sit with your legs over top of the respective shoulders, bend your arms upwards and interlock your fingers behind your neck. Now, engage the Mula Bandha. Exhale all the way in the Rechaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
क्षीरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. As you sit with your legs over top of the shoulders, twist your arms backwards and interlock them behind your back if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो हाथ भगवी च आने तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ढाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now, place the top of the left foot flat on the mat, sit on the left heel as you stack the right knee over top of the left. Bring the right heel to the left hip and place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze outwards in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Just focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth and engage the Mula Bandha as you do so.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
In Dhenukasana, slide the left heel outside the hip, sit on the ground with stacked knees. Place your hands on the top knee as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुषाकीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
We move on to Machandrasana. Now place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Now bring the left arm behind your back and twist your spine. Reach for the opposite thighs with your hands. Once you catch your hold of your thighs, twist your spine even further and gaze up towards your third eye. Keep your spine straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्घपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीदिशाने.
Now untwist your spine. Keep your feet in the same posture. Hold onto the big toes and prana mudra as you lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground, your navel on the heels. In Machandrasana 2 as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मना चरण जजोजी वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोजी.
Next up is Guru Asana. Maintain the same posture. Interlock your fingers. Place them on the top knee as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
पूर्वमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Now place the top of the right foot on the mat and sit on the right heel. Stack the left knee over top of the right. Bring your hands on opposite knees. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you repeat Sankatasana on the other side.
पूर्वमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Now slide the right heel outside the hip. Repeat Dhenukasana on the other side. Bring your hands on top of the knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow.
अनुषाकीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now keep the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right arm behind your back. Reach for opposite thighs as you twist your spine in Machandrasana on the other side.
वामजङ्घपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीदिशाने.
Now untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji repeating Machandrasana 2.
प्रथमजी मना चरण जजोजी वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोजी.
Now interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee. Engage all the bandhas as you visualize your Guru in Guru Asana.
पूर्वमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Parshasana. Now place your feet flat on the mat with the knees raised. Hold on to opposite knees with your hands and pull them close against your chest. Gaze to your third eye. Press your tongue up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृति निधाय.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists and place your chin on the knees. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
दोगु भगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमा हिलिए से करे कोरमिलाजी उकड़ वैसे जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
Next up is Kurakata. Now bring your hands underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows below. Pull your legs in. Gaze to your nose. Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
We move on to Sumati Asana. Maintain the same hold beneath the knees. Cross the right ankle over the left. Toes pointing upward. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिते शब्द आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward and keep the knees straight. Interlock your fingers. Keep the wrists pointing outwards as you raise them up above your head. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji. Keep your tongue up in Kechari Mudra and engage all three bandhas.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Arambhasana. As you sit with your legs extended forward, lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Bring your head close to the knees, low as you can. As you start breathing in Nadi Shodhana, inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternatingly without the support of your hands. This will clean your main nadis, Ida and Pingala, along your spine. Breathe deeply. Lead the prana through the left and right nostrils as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Arambhasana.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now, slightly separate the feet and raise your knees to bring your arms underneath the shins and hold the soles of your feet from the outside. Then lean down, forward and down as low as you can. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कुछ को उर्द को कुरोडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now join the soles of the feet. Keep them extended away from your body. And bring your arms below the shins, palms facing upwards. And place your face on your feet. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मैली के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Jalandhari Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with your legs extended forward, bring one leg up behind your neck and lean forward and down. As you hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Focus on the prana flowing upward through your body from the soles of the feet to your regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of your head, the Brahmarandra, as revealed by Mahadeva in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji as you perform the Mula Bandha as well.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now rise up, straighten your spine as you lay back with your legs still behind your neck. Hold on to the foot behind your head. as you keep the opposite leg extended forward. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकम्पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot. Rest on your side as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now lay on your back and pull both your knees against your chest. As you encircle them with your hands, rock your body from side to side, relax your spine. As you visualize Swamiji, focus on the upward flowing prana in Dridashasana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्बा जङ्घासहितो रोनिकरद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck, lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्संहृतिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Anantasana on the other side. Lean backwards, straighten your entire body with your leg behind your neck as you visualize yourself being unending, Ananta.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot. Rest in Ankushasana as you gaze to your nose. Feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lay on your back and one by one lift your legs up behind your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Next up is Atmaramasana. With your legs up, bring your arms underneath the legs and bend the elbows upwards to interlace your fingers around your neck. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within in Atmaramasana.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. Lay down on your back and pull your knees up against your chest with the soles of the feet pointing upwards and extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिन सौ बेस पा करे.
The next asana is Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to first perform all 3 steps on one side and then repeat them on the other. Now lay on your back with your arms extended and your knees pulled against your chest. Then drop one knee down to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Now bend both your knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both your legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Step 3. Visualize Swamiji. Focus on upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Pranayama and perform the Mula Bandha. Now return to the center. Hold your knees against your chest. Then drop the other knee down to the side. Step 1. Drop both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both your legs to the side and hold on to the feet as you gaze in the opposite direction. Step 3.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now lay on your back. Place your feet flat with the knees raised and hold on to your ankles as you push your hips up. Gaze to your nose. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, exhaling while the throat lock is engaged. As you visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dvipada Pitam.
Pratikriyayutam Dvandva Pitha Sarva Balapradam.
Next up is Paryankasana. From this posture, with the feet flat, bring your hands over top of the shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet. Push your arms into the ground and lift your entire body up off the mat. As you visualize yourself being as sturdy as stone furniture, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
Uttanashenam Astathalabhyam Bhumim Ashtabhyam.
Lay down on your back and pull your knees up against your chest as you hold onto the respective shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
Shavachariram samstapya janani sammilya bhuvanija.
Next up is Viparita Karani. Keep your arms flat on the mat and raise your legs and hips upwards into the sky. Now, move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Bhutale sachiro dattva khenaye charanadvayam.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be sturdy in Viparita Karani too as you visualize Swamiji.
Karani viparitakhya sarvadhivyadhi nashini nityam abhyasa yuktasya jadharagni vivardhani.
Now bring your body down and then raise your legs up above your head so your toes touch the ground above you. Keep your hands on the mat behind your back, fingers interlocked in Parsha Mudra, arms flat as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
Griva kanthena bhumim vishtambha padagradvayamurdhamunnayet.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same posture, now hold on to the feet above your head. Keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Shaita Paschimottanasana.
Tanam shaitvat kurvita shaitavashchimatanagam.
Next up is Supta Konasana. With your hips above the shoulder level, now keep holding onto the feet and open your legs up wide to the side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, keep breathing in Mudra Kumbhaka.
Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadragam.
Join your feet back together, hold onto your ankles, and keep your arms and legs straight as you roll onto your back, visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
Savasanastadvau padau kuryan mastakatah paro vyutkramena tata shighram etat sarvasya sadhanam.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Lay down on your back and straighten your legs up vertically. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Join your feet back together. Hold on to the big toes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Supta Paramushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
From Supta Parangushtasana, now cross your legs into Padmasana. Lay on your back with your legs in Padmasana and your arms over top of your head holding onto opposite shoulders. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you gaze to your nose.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
From the same posture, now place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm above your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुधो शोभे भूपरिपाचे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Keep your legs in Padmasana and bring your hands to the lower back. Now raise your knees and your hips up off the mat and support your lower back with your hands. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform Jalandhara Bandha and Muda Bandha in Sarvangasana.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Lower your body down and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh as you pull the opposite knee up against your chest. Extend your arms up above your head and hook your fingers forward as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Repeat Vrishchikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishaparakshipasana. As you lay on your back, keep your legs flat and interlock your fingers behind your neck. Then raise both the legs off the mat, keep them off the mat as you alternate pulling one knee in to your chest back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you do so.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिपिकन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Next up is Marotanasana. Keep your hands flat on the mat next to your hip as you then alternate pulling one knee in towards your ear. Touch your ears with your knees again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रोतानवत्संसिद्धि कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Vrukasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and then stand up and lay back down again and again. As you visualize yourself as a wolf, breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luthasana. Now, as you lay back, kick your legs up and roll over completely. Again and again. Visualize Swamiji and finally finish in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
As you lay on your stomach, now keep your hands next to the shoulders and contract your lips. Make a whistling sound of a flute while inhaling. Now visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भध्यस्ताभ्यां भूमिमुष्टभ्य.
Now push your body up into a plank position and alternate jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Dehalulanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय
Next up is Jatyasana. Stand tall on the mat and then lean forward and down. Walk on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. As you stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing upwards and your knees slightly bent. Raise your arms and bend your elbows, rotating them around your chest as you lean back, open up your chest widely, and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sadapasana. Now stand erect on the mat like a rod, and if you have a rope available, tie your feet with it. Keep your elbows and hands close to your body as you visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body. Breathe calmly in Sahasrara Kumbhaka as you do so.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtra Saranasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down and step onto your fingers with your toes. Wrap your hands around the toes, make a fist, and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. Now from the same posture, hold your toes from the side and walk around on the mat as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with your feet close together and interlock your fingers behind your back. Lean backwards as deep as you can. Tilt your head back. Open up your chest widely. Breathe calmly and deeply through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Stand with your heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees slightly bent. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center and bow down to one side as you open up your palms. Raise the respective heel as you repeat the movement again and again. Visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. As you move on to the next asana, which is Khadgasana. Now, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Then lay down on your stomach. Jump your feet back up towards your hand and stand, joining your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana as you sit down all the way or as low as you can and stand back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do so.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् उत्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुनजेत् वारं वारम् उत्थानं कृत्वा
We move on to Uchya Shakasana. Now, pull the sole of one foot towards your chest as you sit down with the other leg and stand back up. Alternate on both sides again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now, keep your toes, the toes of one foot pointing outwards as you bend the respective knee and raise the other knee up against your chest and circle the knee with your arm, hand in a fist, and place the other hand onto the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. As you hold weights, if you want to intensify this asana, then extend your arms and one leg forward and sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now place the left foot on the inner right thigh. Stand erect on the mat. Keep the hands relaxed by the side and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana. Sweeping the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you stand one-legged.
दक्षिणं घ्रिम्बामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the post-up posture. Now hold on to the left big toe and extend the left leg out to the side as you quickly rotate on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the north poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now, bring the left leg behind your neck, then stand up tall on the mat. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you stand up, sit down, and stand back up with the leg behind your neck, visualizing Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now, repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Pull the other knee up towards your chest. Now, visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now bring the right foot to the left thigh. Sit down, stand on the mat like a rod as you keep your hands by the side and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma in Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side. Bring the right leg over and around the left. Tuck the right toes behind. Bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानगौर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side. Stand one leg with the right foot onto the left thigh.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the pole star posture. As you hold the right big toe, extend the right leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादशाखं धृत्वा
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring your leg behind your neck. Stand up. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्. त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Next up is Samanakakarana. Now stand with your heels together, toes pointing outwards, and your arms slightly extended away from the body. Keep your fingers pointing one by one. In this neutral position, relax from this intense sequence of asanas. As we get ready to enter the final 100 asanas of this sequence, starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now stand erect and then bend forward as you bring your arms in between the thighs and calves. Interlock your fingers, and as you squat down all the way, bring your finger lock towards the navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, inhale all the way, hold your breath, and by the force of your will, freely move your prana within your system.
प्रथम हि उभो होजे बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchasana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and wrap your hands around behind your butt. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do so.
पूर्वमध्याधनस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairava. Now sit down all the way and keep your heels close to the perineum. As you interlock your fingers behind, gaze to your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kalabhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो उपगी थलिया की माहिली कोर मिला जी फना पानी कड़मो डबई से.
The next asana is Varahasana. Now keep the heels together, toes apart, and bring your hands behind your back. Join them in Anjali Mudra with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your head. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
कागदली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी कड़बई से.
Next up is Plipitasana. From a squatting posture, hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips up to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेशानि च.
Next up is Bakasana. Placing your hands flat on the mat in front of you. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward and down, find balance. Lift your arms up off the mat and visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामवनिमवष्टभ्य.
We move on to Sushtanga Kapali Asana. With your hands flat on the mat, your knees on your arms, lean forward, bring your head on the mat and then raise your legs up as you cross them into Padmasana. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha in Sushtanga Kapali Asana.
Asana Goguna Kapala Achoi.
Now come to a kneeling posture. With your heels outside the hips, the top of the feet flat, toes touching behind your body. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru as you perform the Mula Bandha in Guptasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands flat on the mat and then raise your legs up into a handstand. If you can't perform this posture, you can lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground, purify all the 7 chakras in this posture.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. In the handstand posture, gaze to your third eye and visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body and bringing divine radiance to your being.
दो पगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Now place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Then lower your body down and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
निब्जं शयनं गुरुपरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Lower your body down to the mat. Keep your hands on your hips as you lift your chest from left to right again and again. Move and visualize your body like a snake in Sarapasana 2.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Niralambanasana. Bring your elbows on the ground in front of you and join your thumbs and little fingers in Padma Mudra as you rest your chin on your hands. Keep your toes pointed backwards and feel self-supported and completely independent as you calmly breathe through your nose in this asana.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गुरुपरया सुधीः.
Next up is Shat Darshana. As you place your hands flat on the ground in front of you, straighten your arms, bend your back, and bend your knees to bring the feet up. Tilt your head back and visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays in Chatrasana.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now come to a kneeling posture with the feet flat and sit on the heels. Extend your arms out in front. Place your palms and your forehead down on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. With your hands flat on the ground now, raise your hips up and enter into Gajasana. As you alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संसितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajjasana. From Gajasana, now raise your legs up into the air and slowly lower your forehead down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संसितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Come to a kneeling posture and hold onto the big toes, pulling the feet in towards the perineum. Then place your hands onto your thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूरव विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamuttanam. In a kneeling posture, extend your arms out in front and move your arms from left to right, up and down in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles. Then interlock the fingers behind and repeat the movement behind you as well as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit with the toes pointing outwards on your heels. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back as you keep your hands on your knees and perform the Mula Bandha in Garudasana form.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now keep the soles of the feet flat. Sit on your heels with the knees open wide. Place your hands underneath your ankles. Hold onto your ankles as you bring the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana too. Now, cross your feet and sit on your heels as you keep your hands on the knees, your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्भङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on the raised heels. Keep your knees spread and on the ground. As you join your thumbs on the ground, keep your fingers spread and stick your tongue out. Exhale forcefully again and again as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दोवु फणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काट हरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Next up is Vishlakasana. Maintain the same posture, but now cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your lips. Then inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दोवु बगांगी एडी जोजी गोड़ा फनो वान पुनि होजी.
The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the top of your feet flat on the mat. Sit on your heels with the knees open wide. Bend your elbows to bring your fingers to your armpits and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself. As you visualize yourself as a playful monkey, gaze up towards your third eye in Makadasana.
दोवों पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on the raised heels. As you raise your knees off the ground, keep the soles of the feet together, knees open wide, and hold onto opposite elbows behind your back. As you gaze to your nose, embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम बना पानी होए बैसे दोवों एड़ी गुदानी बैसे घोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
We want to remind everyone to please keep your camera switched on. This is a safety measure, so please follow along with the guidelines. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now sit with the feet crossed on top of your heels. Keep your knees on the ground, opened wide, and place your hands on the mat next to you. Keep your palms flat on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. Perform Uddiyana Vanda and Mula Vanda.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same posture, now keep your hands on the knees and make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you gaze to your nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain the same posture but relax your upper body and neck. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्भाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your legs behind. Bring your feet to opposite knees as you hold on to your calves behind your back with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru in Vijyogasana.
गोड़ा वामो उबौ होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई दछी पाकड़ी पानी रहावे फणो वाम गोड़ा डिगिल्यावे.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now keep the top of the feet flat, stand on the knees and hold onto your ankles. As you lean back, push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संविपादयि शुप्पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मित हिताशनः.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With your heels together, hold onto the soles of the feet and lean back. Bring your elbows down, followed by the back of your head. Place them on the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारि तरि धरे.
Next up is Viratasana. As you sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together, hold onto your ankles and lean back, touch your back to the ground and sit back up again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed. As you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body in Viratasana.
जङ्घापृष्ठभूमो निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य
The next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips even higher. Bring your arms over top of your shoulders, the forearms on the ground behind you, and bring your head in between the feet as much as possible. As you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्य सम्पिपादयिषु पुमान्
Next up is Vadasana. As you stand upright on your knees with your toes tucked, hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to your nose. This is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva. Internally, chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Vadasana.
जाननी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा
Next up is Vadahasana too. With your toes tucked, sit down on the heels and place your forearms on the ground as you rest your head on your hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते
Next up is Mundasana. From a kneeling posture, place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Bring your head on the ground, supported with your hands. Walk your feet forward to raise your hips and then lift your legs up straight into a headstand posture. Now you can lean against the wall for support if needed. As you gaze to your nose, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. Perform the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्
Gently lower your legs down, come to a kneeling posture and straight bring your head in between the knees. Hold your head with both hands, placing the elbows outside the knees. As you inhale through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka and exhale through your mouth in this asana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana.
प्रथम भगतली समटरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach with your arms extended above your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you lift your legs, your arms, and your upper body up off the mat. Engage your lower back and glutes intensely as you visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now place your forehead on the ground, your palms flat on the mat next to your hips. As you raise your legs up off the mat without lifting your upper body up, visualize a skull in your inner space, representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत् कपालासनं भवति
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands next to your hips and push your legs up. Bring your feet over top of your head and try to place them in front of your face. As you bend your back intensely, visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा
The next asana is Shat Darshana. As you sit in a kneeling posture, place your forearms on the ground, bring your navel onto the knees, and be sturdy as you visualize yourself as a sparrow. Calmly breathe through your nose.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोऽष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य.
The next asana is Vrishikasana too. With your forearms on the ground, now raise your hips and bring your legs up over top of your body. Bend your knees to bring your feet to the back of your head. And try to balance in this posture as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेपपुच्छप्रतिमां कृपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now place your perineum onto the right heel as you keep the left toes pointing outwards, keeping the left foot outside of the hip. Keep your hands on the ground in front of your knees and visualize yourself as a bull as you inhale forcefully through the nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then exhale again slowly through the nose in Antaranga Kumbhaka, in Vrishasana.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Lolasana. Now push your arms into the mat, lift your knees up and balance above the mat as you cross the toes of the left foot over the right and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now place your perineum onto the left heel, keep the right foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side in Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Balagunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel as you keep the right foot flat on the ground, knee raised against your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुणजल विकार जागी.
Next up is Grahasana. Now stand up and squat down as you bring your arms in between the legs and hold your ankles from the outside. Squat down all the way and visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Now, tuck the toes of the right foot, sit on the right heel, keep the left foot flat, hands on the knees, visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुणजल विकार जागी.
The next asana is Utkatasana. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you tuck the toes, sit on the raised heels with the knees together, hands on the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze outwards without focusing on anything externally, only focusing on the object within in Vaishnava Mudra.
युजास्पिजोश्रियत ऊर्वजानयत्रासने पादतलध्वजोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. As you sit with the toes tucked, soles of the feet together, knees open wide, hold onto opposite elbows behind your back, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze in Vaishnavi in Shambhavi Mudra with eyes opened wide, unblinking, gazing within.
प्रथम बणापाणी होए जैसे दोवो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down all the way. Gaze to your nose and Visualize you're able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर उठाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभि लगाने.
Next up is Parukasana. Now lean forward and down. Place the back side of your hands on the mat and step your feet onto your hand, wrapping your hands around the feet like shoes and walking around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas and walking all over India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutoddanasana. Place your hands flat on the mat and then kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and kick your legs up into a handstand and move around on two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibition.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now separate your feet and place one hand down on the mat. Keep your arms straight and place the other hand on your face in Kunjarasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now place the other hand down on the ground. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down and hold your ankles as you raise your feet up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Place your feet flat and hold onto opposite knees as you pull your knees against your chest and visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakorasana. Now bring the left foot behind your neck and keep the right foot extended forward as you place your hands on the ground next to you and lift your entire body up off the mat as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy, breathing calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now keep one leg extended forward and the other one bent. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull the foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now Bring the left foot over top of the left shoulder and hook the right foot over the left. Now extend the legs out to the side, lean forward and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Pranasana. Now keep the left foot flat and bring the right foot on top of the left thigh. Bring the left shoulder underneath the left knee. Place your hands flat. Push the right knee down to the ground and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as being immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः चामरः.
Next up is Paramashivoham. Now place the right foot at the left hip and step the left foot over top of the right knee. Bring the right elbow outside of the raised knee. Bring the arm below and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Bring the right leg behind your neck and keep the other leg extended as you lift your entire body up off the mat. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes. Pull the other foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the shoulder. Hook the opposite foot over top and extend the legs out to the side as you lean forward, find balance, and lift your body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh. Right foot flat, knee raised. Right shoulder beneath the raised knee. Bring the right hand on the ground and the left hand pressing the left knee down as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as being immortal, able to exist solely on prana, in Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the left heel to the right hip, the right knee over top of the left. Twist the left elbow outside of the right knee. Bring the arm below and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Parshvamatsindasana on the other side.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now press one heel against the perineum and keep the opposite leg extended forward as you lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands. Breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Inhale and hold your breath, moving the prana freely within your system as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kraunchasana. Now bring the left foot outside of the hip, the top of the foot flat on the mat. As you hold on to the right foot and extend it upwards in front of your face, visualize yourself as a crane, Krauncha, in Kraunchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Press the other heel against the perineum. Lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranjasana on the other side. Bring the right foot outside the hip, top of the foot flat. Hold onto the left foot and extend it up in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now keep your feet in between the thighs and calves. And keep your hands on the knees as you gaze to your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Now cover your heels with your hands as you gaze to your nose and tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Press the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord, as you get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way and close your mouth with little and ring fingers, the nostrils with the middle fingers, the eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वमुग्धं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Now place your feet onto opposite knees and place your hands on the ground next to your body with your palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, inhaling through the rolled up tongue, sticking the tongue out and making your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow.
उत्थानो चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Now from Yogasana 2, rotate your hands on the side. Place your palms on the ground and push them into the mat. Lift your entire body off the ground. Keeping your legs in Padmasana as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukutasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. Now place your hands in between the legs and place your palms flat on the ground without lifting your body up. Stay seated on the mat, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो वो घोड़ासन दिधरे.
Now push your hands into the mat and lift your body up. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरूनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now push your hands in between the legs. Bring them behind your body as you lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground. Interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra behind you as you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन धीमाहि करि धरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your legs, your hands in between the legs and then bend your elbows to reach up for your shoulders. As you catch a grip of your shoulders, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bhedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back, hold onto your shoulders and gaze to your nose. Embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन
Hold its wrist with the other hand, lifting your entire body off the ground, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Place the other hand flat on the mat. Repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Sit in Padmasana and place your elbows on the toes as you interlock your fingers.
Avyakta samstito.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Place one hand on top of the other with the palms facing up. Keep your hands in the lap as you sit in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Etat padmasanam kuryat pranavayu prasidhaye.
Keeping one hand on the respective knee, hold on to the other big toe in Prana Mudra and move the big toe round and round.
Pakshe yogapuraka rakshanat.
Now, sit in Padmasana and cross your
Shitya udare purayet sukham.
From Karmakasana 3, raise your chest, gaze up, and
Yukmam prayatnataha.
next up is Nagrasana. From Karmakasana 3, roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed behind your legs and
Pratama padmasana kothane. Dovo hata pachane ane. Vitrasane sthitva hastapadan nishkushya.
now place your feet flat and interlock your fingers behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose and calmly breathe through your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे. घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing upwards and push your hips up off the mat as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana, locking your throat and exhaling in Murthy Kumbhaka.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now keep your hands at the lower back and raise your hips up high. Then straighten your legs, point the toes in Uttana Shikipitakasana. Your body weight should be on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up high. Point the toes up towards the sky as you keep your arms flat on the mat and visualize yourself blissfully traversing Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्त्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Support your back as you straighten your legs and lower and angle them downwards, engaging your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tirya Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now come back up. Place your hands on the mat. Be sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your body down to the mat. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing upwards. Intensely engage the perineal floor. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine, all the way from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chala Mudra. Relax. Unclutch from your body, from all the most minute movements of your body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you in Mritasana as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up against your chest and circle them with your hands and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, we are going to conclude the yoga segment for today, and we are going to move on to the power manifestation session. So stay tuned, and after this intense Kundalini awakening, let us manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Let us conclude this session. So sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Padmanjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhinaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, I welcome each one of you for all the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants for this exciting power manifestation session right after the Nithyananda Yoga which we're having today. We're entering with the day 2, season 5 of this Paramashivoham Level 3, blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now let's get ready as we're going to enter the power manifestation the next 21 minutes, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Now let's all bring our space in the space of blissful awareness, the space of oneness with Swamiji. Remembering him in our third eye. Today we're going to manifest the power of third eye. So please bring your eye bands, pen and paper, please be seated. In today's round 1 of the power manifestation, we're going to see shapes blindfolded. So this will be today's round 1 of the power manifestation. In yesterday's power manifestation, we were seeing colors. Today's we are moving on to the shapes, seeing how we are able to manifest Paramashiva through Paramashiva's blessings, and how we are actually going to see any random shape I've been choosing and projecting to all of you for this round 1 of the power manifestation. Like how as it is, we have to just sit straight, close our eyes, remember Swamiji, chant Mahavakya along. And then, whatever Swamiji is revealing, you're going to just start penning it down, tapping it out, and manifesting these powers. Before entering the power manifestation, now let's all sit and listen to the Shastra Pramana, where Bhagavan Paramashivam himself tells about this very power manifestation, how this power manifestation has become a science within all of us. And Swamiji, who is Paramashivam himself, who has come down, blessing all of us, initiating all of us, giving this science of power manifestation completely free of cost. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodhadyat lakshayed lakshamuttamam. Yes. So the translation goes for this verse is by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, the Laksham, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva, for all of us, Swamiji himself. Now let's all sit straight, please put on your eye bands, please keep your eyes closed. Remember Swamiji, on your third eye, any form of Swamiji. Just take a few moments for that. And now intensely start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Yes. So now, requesting all the participants to please relax and take off your eyebands. Please open your eyes. As the round 1 of the power manifestation has been completed, please open your eyes. Now the next step, we are going to move on to the next step. Just make sure that whatever you're able to see through your third eye, even though you're not able to see anything, that's not a problem at all. Or some of us, some of the participants are able to see just darkness or colors, only just colors. Pen everything down. In today's round 1 of the power manifestation, I chose shapes for all of you. But if Swamiji is revealing, Paramashiva is revealing for each one of us in a completely unique way, please pen down, write everything down. Please type out your answers as well in the Zoom chat. What was exactly revealed to you for this round 1 of the power manifestation? So now let's take a few moments now to please type out your answers in the Zoom chat and all the social media platforms in which you are watching this Paramashivoham Level 3 power manifestation session. Please type out your answers, and in a few moments I'll be projecting the image to all of you after verifying what we have manifested in this round 1 of the power manifestation. So now, let's all go to the next step of actually seeing what is the image chosen for all of us for this round 1 of the power manifestation. I'll be projecting the image to all of you. As all of you can see, this is the image chosen for all of you for this round 1 of the power manifestation, as it is completely a heart-shaped kind of a picture. You can see many hearts are there, and it is in pink in color as well. In this round 1 of the power manifestation, there is light pink, dark pink as well. So if you at least got the color correct or the shapes or anything, whichever Paramashiva has shown to you, but it's around one of the power manifestation, you can go ahead and share your experience as well on the Zoom chat and on the social media. Now, let's move on to the round 2 of the power manifestation. We'll be having 2 different rounds. For those of you who felt, I'm just close to it, I'm just actually going to manifest, but I'm not able to manifest because of some other reasons, not a problem. But for those of you who feel, I want to manifest it more, we have one more round as well for this round 2 of the power manifestation. Now, let's all keep our eyes closed. Please put on your eye bands again. Keep your eyes closed. Only thing you need to do is you are not doing anything at all in this round 1 of the power manifestation. You are not doing anything at all. You are just sitting. You are just a channel for Swamiji to flow through you. You are Paramashiva and everything in and around you is Paramashiva. Just let that happen. Let that powerful cognition be inside you. So please keep your eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. Now intensely remember Swamiji in your third eye, any form of Swamiji. And then chant the Mahavakya along. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. As of now, round 2 of the power manifestation has been completed. Please relax and requesting all the participants to please take off your eye bands. Please open your eyes. Please take off your eye bands. Yes. Now let's move on to the next step of actually again writing down, typing out all our answers, writing out in detail whatever Swamiji is shown. Even though you're able to see 4, 5, 6 many different things, be very clear. Swamiji very beautifully tells that Paramashiva is in detail. When you write everything in detail, Paramashiva is flowing through you. Make sure you write everything in detail because Paramashiva is in detail. Anything, any color, shapes, numbers, words, or just even a darkness, or even though nothing, or you want to actually go ahead and ask something out to the Acharya, like that this is what I'm feeling, whether it's right or wrong, whether I'm going the right direction or not. Please write everything down. In a few moments, I'll be projecting the image to all of you. Yes. Now let's move on to see what is the image chosen for all of us. As all of you can see, this is the image chosen. It's complete green background, which is that it's like kind of a circle. I can tell it's a circle shape itself. So it's complete green background and circle shape. So if you're able to see any kind of a shape, color, or anything, please go ahead and share as well, telling yes, this is what I manifested in this round 2 of the power manifestation. So yes, as we're coming to the conclusion of the complete 21 minutes manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, now let's all take a few moments of our time before we move on to the next session to go ahead under our social media, to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, share your experience of what you are manifesting in today's Paramashivoham Power Manifestation, the first session as well. So we have a long day to go today as we're going to receive Swamiji in the form of Bhagavan Sadashiva Murthy. Receiving him in our inner space as we prepare ourselves with many different powerful condition sessions and receiving him in our inner space. Now stay tuned as we want to move on to the next session in a few moments. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, we welcome all the participants, every one of you here with us for day 2 of Paramashivoham Level 3. Yesterday, we all had an introduction to conscious manifestation, understanding we are consciousness, understanding how we manifest as consciousness, how we can create everything around us as consciousness. Today, we have something very, very interesting that all of us are going to be learning about, that all of us are going to be understanding about, and all of us are going to be experiencing. Today, we are going to be learning about parallel universes, astral travel, and we are going to be learning all about vertical time zones, not just understanding our existence here in planet Earth, but understanding our existence in all the 14 lokas, in the parallel universes. We welcome every one of you. How are you all doing? Nityanandam, Nityanandam, Sri Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Nitya Naresha. And if you're all able to hear us, please put yes in the chat. Nityananda Ma Hedi Shlak, Ma Isabel, and Ma Ashwini Gujadur, right? That's your name? Ma Mylene Seymour, and Ma Anandeshwari, Nityanandam, and Ma Sonia Rao, Nityanandam, Ma Jessica, Ma Liangshu, Ma Maha, and Ma Maluhia Mauna, Ma Margarita Vasconcelos. We welcome every one of you for today's day. Today is one of the most important aspects what we're going to be learning today, because we're going to be understanding about the building blocks of our identity and how we experience the world around us through this identity. Today's day is where all of us are going to be learning about Bhagavan Sadashiva Murthy. We are going to be learning about the manifestation of Paramashiva as Sadashiva, where we all experience him as that ultimate manifestation who does the Pancha Kritya of the cosmos, who does the governing of the whole cosmos. So it's a very, very special session. Do not miss this. Please make sure you're sitting here throughout the day, you're listening, and we're going to be learning some of the most amazing, profound truths today. First, let us understand who is Sadashiva Murthy. What does he represent? What does Sadashiva Murthy stand for? Let us listen to the revelations from Swamiji.
Listen. Paramashiva does 5 action: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion, and liberation. First 4, creation, he does by sitting in Brahmaloka. As a Brahma, he manifests and creates. Maintenance, he does by lying down in Paramapada as Parandama. Rejuvenation he does as Maharudra
in Kailasa, from Kailasa itself, putting in delusion, he does through many of his forms like Bhikshadana, all those forms he took just to put people in delusion. Liberation. For liberation, he always comes down to planet Earth. He has to assume human form. The form he assumes for liberation is Guru. Keeping liberation as a predominant activity, the form he assumes is Guru. I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, Pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities. To clean the collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Pancha Bhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, Throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Trobhava, delusion in the Pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, Anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all these deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. Understand, reactions are irresponsible actions without realizing the astitva of you. Understand? Reactions are irresponsible actions without realizing your astitva. Perception is incomplete expression of the experience. More you start seeing beyond perception, more of the existential physics is understood by you. Understand? The physics of perceived is energy cannot be created or destroyed. Physics of the physics is energy can be created, manifested, transformed, interchanged, maintained, destroyed, withdrawn. Energy can be manifested, created, generated. Creation is different, generation is different. For generation, you need some raw material. For creation, you don't need. Srishti, Icha Matra Srishti. Without even having Sangalpa or Icha as the source material. Manifestation. With or without or no reason. It can be generated, created, manifested in any quantity and quality, maintained, sustained, interchanged, transformed, transferred, played with, hidden, stored, covered, withdrawn, destroyed, can be made to disappear without even the trace that it existed. all this and something more. The supreme, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only three aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major two aspects of life unfortunately was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the four dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. G-O-D-D-E-L. Godel. Listen. Whenever God is not Sadashiva, Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas cannot be translated as G-O-D, God, used in Western theologies. Understand these five aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this five is only the manifest form of Godel, Sadashiva. Existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up the principle of creation, principle of sustenance, principle of rejuvenation, principle of delusion, principle of liberation in your existence. Understand? If you own up what you created, you sustained, you destroyed or rejuvenated, or you put yourself in delusion or freed from delusion, or from which you are liberated or liberating, want liberation. If you own up these five principles of your life, you become Ishvara for you. If you own up these five principles for a group of people, you become Kulapati to them, Ishvara to them. If you own up for a large number of people, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up the same five principles for a Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. If you own up these five principles for the whole universe, you become Ishvara, of Brahmanda. Let me explain. Listen, the moment I introduce the sacred secrets about Ishvara, the creation, protection, destruction, putting in delusion, liberation, srishti, sthiti, vinasha, or samhara, or troba. Next is trobhava and anugraha. Everyone has a question. Why should he put us in delusion? Fool. I should not even be translating in English, putting in delusion. It should be enjoying delusion. Nobody has put you in trobhava. You put you in trobhava. You started enjoying and you forgot why you started enjoying. So it became suffering. All trobhava. The solution for trobhava, you need to be having throwback bhava. Just go back and understand why you decided what you decided. Throwback bhava will liberate you from throwbhava. Anywhere you feel deluded, suffering, suffocated, tortured, go back to the source of those decisions, why you took those decisions, which is now extending into trobhava. Today's one-liner for all of you is, throwback bhava will solve the problem of throwbhava. Nobody put you in delusion. You started doing something and forgot the context of why you started. Upgraded intelligence, covering the context of why you started what you started, is trobhava. Upgraded intelligence, remembering the context of why you started what you started, is anugraha. Apasmara is trobhava, smarana is anugraha. Forgetting the context is trobhava, remembering the context is anugraha. That's all. To remind you with the context, Sadashiva happens as Guru. That is the highest anugraha he can do. Understand? All the four, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, is operated from Turyatita, T-A-T-A. Understand these two principles. How to transform your death into rejuvenation, and how to transform your delusion into liberation, pulling out of the delusion. The fear of death is an unusual, abnormal, irrational fear of personally dying or somebody who is part of you they dying. Understand this too. You will realize your Sadashivatva. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, getting out of delusion and liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Prabhava, Anugraha. All these five will become your powers. You will manifest Sadashivatva. You will manifest these 5 dimensions, 5 phases, PHASES of you, your existence. I tell you, when you get out of delusion, which you created, see, when you create, oh, this is difficult, this is bad, this is wrong, I can't, and made small mole into mountain and destroyed your life energy flow, but you decide, no, work is not bad. Being workaholic is not bad. It's not wrong. Nobody is exploiting me. I am stretching myself and becoming alive, active. By working, nobody died. Only by lying, everyone fell into depression and died. Destroyed themselves. By being active and overactive, nobody died. Only by over-lying, people fell into depression and destroyed their life. When you realize and go on declaring, hey, I am working, it is good, it is life positive, and get out of that laziness even once, you will gain so much confidence to declare the highest realities of you and stand up to it. Once I got addicted to this hotel coffee. In Tiruvannamala, there is a hotel, Udupi Hotel. My guru, Raghupati Yogi, used to take me every day, morning, and give me that coffee and take me for the yoga. I got addicted. And morning when I get up and come with my guru, first thing I'll say, get me coffee, I'll tell. After a few days, I myself understood I am becoming addicted. Then I asked him that how to get out of this. He said, just go and tell 3 people that I hate coffee, I don't want to drink coffee anymore. To my mother, to his wife, my guru's Raghupati Yogi's wife, and Udupi Hotel owner. All 3. Only these 3 will give coffee for me. He told me, go and tell all these 3 people that you hate coffee and you don't like coffee, you don't want coffee, it's bad. I did it. I saw all 3 stopped giving me. In 2-3 days, I even forgot coffee. Listen, really this happened. When I started declaring, telling, first time when I told my mother I hate coffee, I don't like coffee, neither she believed nor I believed. But second time when I went and told my guru's wife, she thought maybe I am a little cranky and my mood is not good. Or her husband would have told me to do this because she knows all the trick. Even if you are a great enlightened Siddha, your wife knows all your tricks. You are not beyond your wife. Your wife is the bigger Siddha, bigger person than all your enlightenment. And she knows all his tricks, all his techniques, all his methods. So she thought maybe he only told him to do this. That time when I went and declared to that hotel owner, Udupi hotel owner, I also started believing and he also started believing. I tell you, that's all. Just listen to this powerful cognition. Paramashiva exists with an individual, independent identity with unimaginable form, formlessness, and the pure beauty. He manifests as Mahasadashiva and Sadashiva and Tatpurusha, Ishana, Agora, Satyojata, Vamadeva Murtis. In that forms also he manifests. Pray to each one of them, connect with each one of them, and I commit with you. They have blessed, I tell you the truth, they have blessed me and they have authorized me to share the knowledge about them and introduce them to all of you and initiate all of you into the connection with them. So now, I am directly connecting all of you with them, one by one. First, I'll start with Satyojata Murthy. Meditate on them. Don't close your eyes. Keep your eyes open. See how they look. This is the Archavatara Murthy of Satyojata Murthy. I'll chant the mantra. I'll connect you one by one with all the 7 forms. Satyojatam, Vamadevam, Tatpurusham, Ishanam, Agoram, Sadashivam, Mahasadashivam. Of course, Paramashiva. I'll connect you with all the Murtis one by one, connect you ultimately with Paramashiva. I really want you to have intense connection. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Madevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya namo Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balapramadhanaya nama Sarvabhutadamanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya nama Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balapramadhanaya namo Sarvabhutadamanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Vamadevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya nama Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balaya namo बलविकरणाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरमूर्ति अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः ओम 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 अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्
பூஜை வேண்டும் என்னாலும் அது மறை வேதம் சொன்ன சொல்லாகும் மதுரையிலே இன்று மன்னவனாய் கையிலை மலை தலைவன் நின்றான் தனக்கென தானே ஆலயம் கண்டு தனையே பணிந்தான் சிவபெருமான் பொன்னே தந்தாலும் பொருளே வந்தாலும் இறைவனை மறப்பது சரியாகுமா நடுவூரில் நின்ற ஒரு தெய்வம் அது நலம் வாழ வைக்கும் சிவரூபம் எம்மையிலும் நன்மை தரும் தெய்வம் அது தென் மதுரை நின்ற குல தெய்வம் சிவமயமே என் அருகினிலே
ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवो ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु स एव सदाशिव ॐ सदाशिव ॐ सदाशिव ॐ
Now connect with Sadashiva. Satyo jatam prabhatyami satyo jataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam. Bhavodbhavaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo jyeshtaya nama. Shrestaya namo kalaya nama kalavigaranaya namo. Balavigaranaya namo balaya namo balapramadhanaya nama. Sarvabhuta damanaya manonmanaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo jyeshtaya nama. Shrestaya namo rudraya nama kalaya nama. Kalavigaranaya namo balavigaranaya namo balaya namo balapramadhanaya nama. Sarvabhuta damanaya namo manonmanaya namaha. అఘోరేభ్యో తఘోరేభ్యో ఘోరఘోరతరేభ్యః సర్వేభ్యో సర్వసర్వేభ్యో నమస్తే అస్తు రుద్రరూపేభ్యః తత్పురుషాయ విద్మహే మహాదేవాయ ధీమహి తన్నో రుద్ర ప్రచోదయాత్. తత్పురుషాయ విద్మహే మహాదేవాయ ధీమహి తన్నో రుద్ర ప్రచోదయాత్. అఘోరేభ్యో తఘోరేభ్యో ఘోరఘోరధరేభ్యః సర్వేభ్యో సర్వసర్వేభ్యో నమస్తే అస్తు రుద్రరూపేభ్యః తత్పురుషాయ విద్మహే మహాదేవాయ ధీమహి తన్నో రుద్ర ప్రచోదయాత్. ఈశానః సర్వవిద్యానాం ఈశ్వరః సర్వభూతానాం బ్రహ్మాధిపతి బ్రహ్మణోధిపతిర్ బ్రహ్మా శివో మే అస్తు సదాశివో. ఓం 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 ఓం. కనెక్ట్ విత్ పరమశివ మహాసదాశివ. ఓం నిత్యానంద పరమశివోహం. ఓం నిత్యానంద పరమశివోహం. ఓం నిత్యానంద పరమశివోహం. శృణుత బ్రాహ్మణాః సర్వే గుహ్యాద్గుహ్యతరం పరం. అస్తి మేరోరుదగ్బాఘే మహాకైలాసపర్వతః సాంబస్య సగుణస్యాయం సభక్తస్యేంతు మౌలినః సంవాసే యోజనానాం చ 20 కోటి ప్రాయతః దౌహద్యమేతద్విగుణం అసయ జ్ఞేయం ద్విజోత్తమః నవరత్నమయం తస్య మధ్యే శిఖరముత్తమం తత్రాలయం మహేశస్య
नानारत्नविचित्रितम् प्रकारकोपुराट्टाल बलबीभिर्विराजितम् तदा सिंहासने तत्र महान् शम्भुः सदाशिवः प्रफुल्लः कमलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखज्ज्वलः धृतनानायुयोद्भासी पञ्चाशत्करमण्डितः प्रफुल्लरक्ताम्बुजाट्ट श्रीनाभ्यां श्रीयुगपाज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नखचितः भूषणैरभिभूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राक्तकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गङ्गाश्रयजटाचूट चन्द्ररेखा विभूषितः भस्मोद्धूलित सर्वाङ्ग व्यालयज्ञोपवीतवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याक्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रं त्रिनयनः भक्तसर्वार्थसिद्धितः प्रसार्य दक्षिणं पादं कुञ्जयित्वेदरम्पदम् अभयं चक्रचूले च डङ्गबाणौगदां भजे कट्कतोमरशक्तिश्च परशुः सुप्रासपञ्चपान् हलाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च शुरिकां ध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुण्डासितं श्राश्च ग्रहञ्च पिण्डिपालकम् पञ्चविंशतिभिर्हस्तैः तथा नो दक्षिणैश्चुभैः वरसावौ मृगं शङ्खं केडपाशव परश्वतान् मुत्करं डमरुं गण्डां रुद्रवीणां च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्ग कुशुण्डीपरिधानभिः बालं भट्टसंवेत्रं कमण्डलूहुदासनौ कर्तरीं मुसलं पिच्छं पिप्रत्वामैस्तथाकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयं राजते तत्र पर्वते ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nityananda, how do each of you feel now with this powerful process that we all just did? Understand that what Swamiji explained, God in Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not God, generator, operator, destroyer. No, he is Godel, who creates, sustains, rejuvenates, pulls you out of delusion and liberates you. All these 5 actions are performed by Paramashiva, and this is called as Pancha Kritya of Paramashiva. Now, each of the faces whose mantras Swamiji had chanted and given us the initiation, gave us a process to manifest their qualities through us and realize their existence in us. Satyojata, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, Aghora, Ishana, all these 5 faces of Paramashiva are the faces through which he performs various different actions. Creation, see, when you understand God to be someone who creates and creates, who sustains, and who destroys. This is the general understanding we usually tend to carry about God. Am I right? Now, when we carry that as our general understanding, it impacts the way how we relate with life. It's very, very important. Understand? It directly impacts the way how you cognize about yourself, about life. How many of you have seen, usually in especially India, let's say you have a meeting or let's say you have a party, you say everybody come by 6. You will see slowly 6:15 only, half of the crowd would have come. Your 6 o'clock would be ringing as 6:30, 7 o'clock sometimes. It is not about, see, I'm not saying having that not being punctual to time or not being integrated to time or something, right? No. But that attitude is stemming from a very relaxed way of existence, like relaxed way where you feel I'm going to exist for a long time because my existence is birth and death, birth and death, birth and death. Even if I'm not able to fulfill what I want in this body, I can take one more body. See, this will not be a very pronounced, clear thinking, conscious thinking every single time, but that will be the undercurrent from which these thoughts stem. How many of you are understanding? That thinking is influenced on how we cognize about who is Paramashiva. When you cognize about Paramashiva as, meaning when I say Paramashiva, your general understanding of God itself. How do you cognize God? How do you cognize his existence? It is too important for us to cognize this and understand this.
Every time when you cognize the powerful cognitions, when Swamiji reveals, let's say, for example, in this session, when Swamiji was talking to us, Swamiji revealed about the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva, how Paramashiva manifests. He sustains the whole universe. He creates Srishti, Sthiti, and then Samhara, the dissolution. Through Bhava, putting people in delusion and pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberation. All these 5 faces of Sadashiva, Paramashiva, when he manifests as Sadashiva, he manifests with these 5 faces and he does the Panchakritya. Every time you listen to a cognition, a higher powerful cognition and truth about life, understand, you literally open yourself up to that experience, to that existence, being able to cognize the highest principles, the highest powerful cognitions, and being able to manifest that as powers. So this whole program is designed in a way where after every session, you experience the power manifestation, you discover how the power manifests in you. Every time you break a pattern, you will see how the power manifestation starts happening in you. Okay. Now, today's day, as Sadashiva Murthy, when we all connect to Sadashiva Murthy form of Paramashiva, we start being able to manifest the powers of consciousness over matter, length, breadth, depth dimensions, and synesthesia. Don't worry, we'll be explaining to you what all this means. In the Agamas, like we were sharing yesterday, there are more than 460 plus extraordinary powers that are described. Like, let's say, your ability to scan someone, identify what diseases they have, or being able to know where exactly a person is at any given point in time, or the power of clairvoyance. All these are elaborately described in our Agamas. One such power is the power of consciousness over matter, where you are able to move the coconut, you're able to move the object from your conscious will. Which means, now let's say there is an object in front of me. For me to be able to, like, let's say if I want her to move, if I want my Tattva Priya to move, I have two options to do. Either I should pull, push, or I should give her some external force, right? Anything with, for anything, there's an external movement required. Let's say if I have to move an object, I have to lift it. If I have to if I have to move my mic, I have to move it. If unless I touch it, it's going to remain in its original position. This is a law of physics that all of us know, all of us normally function with. But there is something that is more intelligent, more powerful, in a higher frequency than the matter that exists, than you which exists, which is consciousness, which pervades both the matter and you. Using that consciousness as a tool, you can move anything that you want.
Actually, that's exactly the power we are going to now be manifesting. See, when you cognize about Paramashiva's Pancha Kritya, when you start internalizing, okay, how am I doing these 5 in my life? Swamiji gave a beautiful example, right, in the satsang. How just by declaring to 5 people, or more than 3 people, saying that, oh, I don't like coffee, I don't like coffee, I don't like coffee. He himself liberated himself, pulled himself out of the delusion that, oh, I like coffee, or I'm addicted to coffee. Such a powerful example Swamiji explained to us from Swamiji's childhood. How many of you click with that? Like this, we go on doing the 5 actions in our life. Simple hug you give to someone and make them feel liberated from the suffering they are going through. You're liberating. This moment, so many cells are getting generated in your body. Your body is not the same as it was last year. You need to know, by 1 year period, your whole body, including the cells in your brain, the brain tissues, everything is completely renewed. So you're not having even a single cell the same way how it was a year prior to this. So you are completely new. How did you do that? You have the power to generate. You're creating those cells. You have the power to generate. You're able to create these thoughts. You have the power to generate. You're able to generate these visualizations. As I'm talking, you're able to visualize it. You have all these 5: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All the 5 happening to you and you performing them. Just sit as Paramashiva. Cognize you are doing all this 5 in your life. From that very powerful cognition, you are now going to be doing the power of consciousness over matter. What, as Paramashiva who exists in you, the same consciousness even the coconut has. Same consciousness the Atmalinga has. We're not going to be using that very power of consciousness to connect with it and move the matter. So we are having with us Nitya Yoga Pranananda, Balasant of Kailasa's Nithyananda Rajavidya Gurukul, who is going to now be explaining to us how this power needs to be manifested. Yes, Nithyananda Yoga Prana, lovely to have you here. How do you want to take a moment to explain how does this power manifestation of consciousness over matter exactly function?
Yes, thank you so much, Maniti Tattvapriyananda. And so, first, I would like to say Nithyanandam to all of the participants who are here. I hope you're all very eager to manifest all of these powers and to connect to Swamiji in the space of oneness and to express the divine through this body of yours. So, before we move into the power manifestation, I'll just explain how can we manifest this power. So, many of you who might be new to the program, you will all be wondering, how is it possible? How can we move an object without us touching it, without us physically moving it? How, just through our consciousness, how can we command or how can we have command over something? So, Swamiji beautifully says, just through the space of oneness, we can connect with nature and everything around us. So, in Swamiji's own life, in Swamiji's childhood, Swamiji beautifully shares an incident where he was sitting with his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and Arunagiri Yogeshwara was teaching Swamiji about how just in the space of oneness, we can connect to nature and everything around us. At that time, Arunagiri Yogeshwara simply moved his hand and showed Swamiji, and an entire boulder was rolling in front of Swamiji. And Arunagiri Yogeshwara simply touched Swamiji and said, just connect with the rock and move your hand. Swamiji simply did as Arunagiri Yogeshwara said, and the boulder started rolling. How is that possible? Because of that immense trust and oneness which Swamiji had with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Swamiji was able to connect with the nature and was able to move the rock in front of him. So it's just the same with all of us. There's no big difference. If we all sit in the space of oneness, just unclutched, just remembering Swamiji in the space of Swamiji and connect with the object in front of us. When we feel that us, the object in front of us, and Swamiji all are one and the same, just through our consciousness, we will be able to command the matter in front of us to move. So it's as simple as that. Yes. So I request if all of you can go and get a coconut, most preferably a coconut. If you do not have a coconut at home, you can get any round object, an orange, apple, any round fruit is also fine. And I request if all of you could quickly go get it and come so that we can start the power manifestation.
Yes. So now as you get the coconut, we're now going to show to you how to hold it. So please keep your palm straight, and we're now going to show to you how you all can see how my yoga prana is holding the coconut. You're going to keep your palm completely straight, and you're going to be holding the coconut in such a way where the coconut is your palm is fully straight, and it is not trying to hold it, balance it and all. You're just keeping it straight and just placing it straight like this. Take a moment and please place the coconut like this on your palm. If it's your Atmalinga, you can place it like this. Once again, make sure your palm is completely straight. Take your Atmalinga and place it on your palm. Make sure it's completely straight. Please follow along. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you don't need to add any extra pressure, moving the coconut to the left, right, holding it. There's nothing. Just completely relax. Keep the coconut straight on your palm and just be relaxed. That's all is needed. You don't need to feel compelled to move it to the right or left. It will automatically move by itself just by when you command it in the space of oneness. It will automatically move. So feel free to just relax and keep your palm completely straight.
And also, as you manifest, remember this: the object in front of you is consciousness. You are consciousness. It is connected to you through your conscious will. Like the consciousness is an extension of you. Like how when you want to move, your hand moves, right? When your brain commands, your hand moves. If you declare, your leg moves. Because you cognize it as an extension of you. You feel it's a part of you. Same way, the air next to the hand is a part of the hand. The object which is touched by the air is a part of the air. It is an extension. So, with your conscious will, you can decide and move it. I request all of you to please place the coconut in front of the camera. Bring the coconut in front of the camera. Yes, and always sit straight. Whenever you manifest powers, please sit straight.
Nithyananda, see, you should not keep your palm in a slanting position. Keep it straight and let the matter move. The fruit should move on its own. You should not do this. See, understand, all of you? Make sure you keep it in a straight manner, like how my yoga prana is holding. Do not slant it. When you slant it, it is moving because of gravity. That's not moving because of your conscious will. Understand? Point is not about moving the coconut. The point is about using your consciousness to move the matter. I'm seeing some of you are trying to balance it like this. I request all of you, kindly do not do that. This is really not a competition for you to be able to move the coconut. It's about moving the matter using your conscious will.
Yes, and I would also like to add on to this. As Ma Tattvapriya said, it is about us being able to move the matter with our consciousness. Swamiji beautifully says that whenever we manifest this power of consciousness over matter, because we are able to connect to the matter in front of us and move it with our consciousness, not only is just the coconut or a fruit in front of us moving, our patterns, our incompletions, some anything which is blocking us from manifesting a breakthrough in our life, all of that also moves along with the coconut or along with the matter in front of us. Why? How? Because we are using our consciousness through our space, through our consciousness, through our will, we are moving the object in front of us. So when we are able to connect and fall into that space of oneness with the matter in front of us, automatically something within our space also shifts. That's when anything which is stopping us, any obstacles which is stopping us to manifest a breakthrough or some incompletion, some root pattern, something which is holding back in our life also moves, also breaks along with the matter in front of us. So it is very important for you to establish that space of oneness, for you to feel that the oneness with the object and command it with your will. As Tattvapriya said, it's not a competition about just rolling the coconut.
Actually, that's a very nice explanation, my yoga prana, because the importance here is how we start feeling empowered with the conscious ability we carry. You will start having so much of powerfulness about, hey, if my consciousness can move the matter, anything in my life I can move. You will have that as a powerfulness that will start radiating through you. So do not shake your hands and play with it. Chant Mahavakya and look intensely. All your three eyes should be looking at the object. And move it. Come on. Please chant the Mahavakya. Those who can already move it on your palm, go to the next level. Keep it on the ground and move it. Please start chanting the Mahavakya.
That are watching us on YouTube. We have Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Margarita Vasconcelos, Satyojata Maya, Ma Jnana Yogini, Juanita Cabrera, and Madhav Waze. There are so many of you. I'm seeing continuous comments coming on YouTube. Please follow along. You all can watch us do it. Whichever place, whether you're watching us on YouTube, Facebook, any of these platforms online, please do the power manifestation. Because whenever you manifest powers, you experience the powerful cognitions beautifully blossoming into you as an experiential understanding, the expression of which is what is power manifestation. I request all the participants to do this. Please take a few minutes. And one key thing, yesterday all of us were initiated into the Mahavakya Upadesham, where whenever you chant Mahavakya, literally the connection, the umbilical cord connection between you and Swamiji opens up. You start experiencing the manifestation happening. Connect intensely to Swamiji.
And for many of you who are completely new to this, sometimes if the object is not moving, you'll start having self-doubt. You'll start feeling, oh, why is it not moving? Is it because I am not able to connect strong enough? Or is it because I'm not fit for power manifestation? Many thoughts, self-doubts, all of that will start arising. So for whenever thoughts like this come up, first thing is remember that Swamiji has initiated each and every one of us into it. And it's possible for each and every one of us. So anytime this self-doubt comes, just unclutch from that thought. Don't pay any attention to it. Don't feel like, oh, I'm not fit for it. I cannot manifest. It will take time. These thoughts is what is going to block you or stop you from manifesting this power. So just unclutch and keep establishing yourself and keep remembering that you and the object are one and the same. When you remember from that space, and from that space, when you connect to the object, and Swamiji beautifully says, just connect to the object. Remember that Paramashiva, the object in front of you, and you are one and the same. From that powerfulness, just command the object to move and it will move. So with that space of powerfulness, that you are also Paramashiva, the coconut is also Paramashiva, just command the object to move and it will move.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashi Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Please relax.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
How many of you have manifested?
Om Nithyananda
We request all of you to post in the chat.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Great. Okay, Mashini Gujadur and Ma Heidi Shlak, Ma Judy Ramstray. Actually, Ma Heidi Shlak, Ma Judy, Ma Lita Sege, Srinitya Guru Prasadini. I'm seeing many of you have been consistently manifesting. It is time all of you focus on taking your manifestation to the next level. Ma Lucy Samano, you also. See, all of you have consistently been coming in, you've been experiencing the breakthroughs. Now you should set a higher benchmark for yourself. You should start taking your power manifestation to the next level. Actually, in this program, that's why in level 3, if you see, all our powers are going to be in advanced levels in the way we manifest it. So, in the further rounds, even the simple manifestations that you do, even if it's something that you've manifested many times before, try doing it next level. Like, for example, if you're so good at manifesting it in your own palm, keep it on the ground and try and move it. It will take that consistent practice from your side for you to start having that breakthrough. Yes. Now, we're all going to be entering into the next session. This is a very important session. Please do not miss this. In this session, we're all going to be learning about what are parallel universes, what are vertical time zones. Let us listen to the revelations now.
Vertical time zones exist. Please understand, let me present exactly what I mean by the word vertical time zones. Then I'll try to share what is the need for us to understand about vertical time zones. See, all of us know the time zones like Pacific time zone. We say East Coast time zone, West Coast, Central time zone. In India, we have Indian Standard Time. The time zones in this planet Earth is horizontal time zone. Based on the sunrise to sunset in this planet Earth, various countries practice different time zones. All the time zones observed, practiced in the planet Earth, I call them horizontal time zone. There is something called vertical time zone. What I mean by the word vertical time zone? What I mean by the word vertical time zone? For us, 1 year is 1 day for the higher time zone, Swargaloka. That is why Nataraja, the god of Swargaloka, receives 6 Abhishekam in a year. Because for Devatas in Swargaloka, the 1 year of Bhumandala, Bhuloka, 1 year of planet Earth is 1 day in Swargaloka. There are vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya. The Satyaloka, where Brahma resides, there 1 day of Brahmaloka is 4.32 billion human years. Understand? 1 day of Swargaloka means the vertical time zone above us. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa. It goes and Satya, then beyond Satya is Vaikunta, beyond Vaikunta is Kailasa. Below Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Batala. Understand, I am not giving you some superstitious theories. No. I'll give you precise understanding and experience of these vertical time zones. And understanding about these vertical time zones as a direct utility for your day-to-day life. It can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, psychological wellness, a very powerful way of existing, and above all, life of Paramashivam. You can exist embodying the space of Paramashiva, state space of Paramashiva, and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Understand? The idea you carry about you is very important because that is the foundation from which you manifest your life. Knowledge about the vertical time zone, especially experientially, can change absolutely your life for best, highest, supreme form of existence. The Paramashivam makes you experience the state space powers of Paramashiva. That superconsciousness entering into individual consciousness of you, your individual consciousness, and mutation happening, you manifesting. That superconscious mutation is the ultimate, we call it moksha, ultimate liberation, Paramadvaita anubhuti. In Sanskrit, we use the word Paramadvaita anubhuti, ultimate oneness. Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is focused on this superconscious mutation, ultimate oneness. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals about this cosmos. It has vertical time zones, higher worlds, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Jana, Brahma, Vaikunta, Kailasa, the higher worlds and the lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. I'll project a simple description diagram of these lokas. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism, reveals about the cosmos, the higher planes, vertical time zones, and the lower planes, both. Just physical mutation and mental mutation happens in the lower planes of the universe. But conscious mutation, superconscious mutation happens in the higher planes of the universe, vertical time zones of the universe. Here I am projecting a simple description diagram of the vertical time zone. So understand, this is the rough description of cosmos revealed by Hinduism. The vertical time zones, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka, is where conscious and superconscious mutations happen. Great news is, even while you are in this body, your parallel universe being exists in Mahakailasa. You can start importing products from Mahakailasa through that being into you. It's like you have a company branch in China, India, London. So you can get products from all those countries and get it to United States. You have your parallel universe personality in Nagaloka, in Tapoloka, in all the higher lokas and even lower lokas. Up to Kailasa, your parallel university personality exists. You can directly, through that personality, buy whatever you want to buy in Mahakailasa and get it imported to this body. I am not telling you stories. I am telling you very powerful truths. Understand, last few satsangs I was explaining about these 4 points. Matter, mind which experiences matter, intelligence, buddhi which makes decision, consciousness, pure space of Paramashiva. This 4 component put together is your reality. In horizontal time, all these four are equally felt. I can roughly compare like a 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. 25% matter, 25% mind, 25% intelligence, 25% consciousness. That's the way you experience the reality. If the intensity of the consciousness increases, for example, the consciousness becomes 30%. So, its influence on the buddhi, intelligence also increases. So, intelligence becomes 30%. Then naturally the mind's intensity drops. The matter's intensity drops. So, this two becomes 20-20 and this two becomes 30-30. So the whole thing tilts, means you enter into the vertical time zones. 100% only pure consciousness and zero intelligence and zero mind and zero matter. That is Kailasa. Because you don't need buddhi, you don't need mind, you don't need matter for your existence. You exist as a pure space, pure consciousness. That is Kailasa. And same way, you neither feel conscious, almost 99.99999% only matter, less than 0.0000001% mind, then lesser than that 0.1000001%, 0.00001% intelligence, and lesser than that 0.0000001% is consciousness. That is what is Patala. That is what is called eternal hell, lowest in the vertical time zone. Understand? Highest peak point of the vertical time zone is Kailasa, where 100% consciousness, pure consciousness, Paramashivatva. No need for intelligence or mind or matter. Then next is Satyaloka, where 99% is consciousness and 1% is divided into 3. 33.33 is intelligence and 0.33 is mind and 0.33 is matter. I'm giving you all rough equations for you to understand. Then little lesser consciousness, Tapoloka. This is the way the vertical time zones are placed. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya and Kailasa. The lower part, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. Lower time zones. Your spine. Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. It's like their bodies are capable of receiving kerosene as the fuel, maximum diesel, but they can't handle petrol or flight petrol, white petrol. Understand this example. Same way, only the human bodies can handle due to the vertical spine. The fuel, like white petrol, traditionally the word ojas is used. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces. With consciousness as a fuel, you can straight shoot up to the different time zones. Move to different time zones. See, if you go to the higher altitude, the world, many the governments have established that station in the space research station. If you go there, your body goes through certain changes, hair growth and whatever changes. Same way, if your body is lifted with a conscious empowered vehicle to the vertical time zone, it goes through superconscious mutation. That is why if you go to Indraloka, automatically you will have 4 hands. If you go to the Swargaloka, automatically you will grow 2 hands more. Because the superconscious mutation will happen. Listen. If you go to the space station, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Same way, if you go to the Swargaloka, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Because superconscious mutation happens. Now focus on, because these statements are too important. See, if you die without this introduction, when you go to the first loka, second time zone, second vertical time zone or third vertical time zone, you will feel shy. You will have a cultural shock. It's like somebody from Indian village comes to New York. Due to a cultural shock, he will not talk to anyone. He will just move to a corner into a shell. He will escape from life. People asked me, when I came to US, that was the first time I got into the flight in my life. I have not even seen the flight from distance. The first time I got into the flight is the flight for US, United States. And as you all know that I am from a village, but I never had a cultural shock. I just started going around and speaking in English, giving satsangs, classes, programs. The day one I landed in US, I went to Chicago to pay respects to Vivekananda. The same stage, the auditorium in which Vivekananda spoke, I went there and offered my respects. Second day, my ASP, Anandaspurana program. First time I am doing it in English. Before that I have spoken in my own bottled English. But first time in outside India in my own English. People asked me, can we get a translator, Swamiji? I said no. I'll have to learn. Let me learn. Not only in language, any problem. I did not have any cultural shock. All of you listen. Now initiation time. So no movements. Every word I am uttering is important for your soul to move through the vertical time zone when you are alive or when you after you leave the body. So listen carefully. Listen. People asked me, Swamiji, don't you feel a cultural shock? I said no. Because from the young age, in my village, Tiruvannamalai, I have seen tons of foreigners from all countries coming for seeking enlightenment. My gurus always had people from all over the world coming to them for enlightenment. So I was always near my gurus and saw all of that. Saw many of them. So how my gurus used to teach, I have seen. My gurus have already trained me to teach for the whole world, to be Jagat Guru. So I did not have a cultural shock. Now I am trying to train you not to have cultural shock when you go to KAILASA. See now, whatever I am telling you, if you internalize, you will not have a cultural shock, or you won't feel shy, you won't feel inadequate, not enough when you go to the vertical time zones. Elaborately, now I'll give this example so that I can help you to understand how you can face yourself in the multiverses, parallel multiverses. So for now, internalize this cognition. You exist in your waking state and dream state simultaneously and spontaneously. That is why without any difficulty you can just slip into that state, that body, that self, and come back to this state, this body, this self. Your biochemistry is naturally for you to slip into these different states and different cells and experience different existence, different universes. In waking state, the universe you experience is different, and the dream state, the universe you experience is different. So with this understanding, expand your cognition. You exist in parallel multiverses like Suvargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Kailasa itself. More than next to Tapoloka is Satyaloka, and beyond the Satyaloka is Vaikunta, the Parandama space. Satyaloka is the space of Parabrahma. Then the Vaikunta, Parandama space. Then Shripuram, Parameshwari's space. Then above all, Kailasa, above the Kailasa, Maha Kailasa, Paramashiva space. Kailasa is where all the Anga Devatas and Avarana Devatas, everyone lives. People who achieved the Salogya, Samibhya, Sarubhya, Sayujya, Mukti with Paramashiva, all of them exist in Kailasa. In Maha Kailasa, he alone exists. In Paramadvaita Swarupa, Paramadvaita Satya. All of you have your presence in all 14 lokas. For example, in Nagaloka, there is a being with your face and snake body. I am giving you this as an example. In Tapoloka, there is a rishi with your face and the body of the rishi, tapasvi. I will give you one more example. In all 14 lokas, you have your account, bank account opened. If you are intense in your tapas, in your tapoloka account, you have $1 million. If you are very shallow with your demonic attitude and aptitude, your demonic loka, the patala, your personality has practically zero money. Understand carefully. I'll repeat the example. All of you have your presence established already in all 14 lokas. The human body, human frame, is such highly evolved hardware, highly evolved framework. If your consciousness is matured enough to handle the human hardware, you already have your presence in all 14 lokas. I am giving you the example. In Patala, where the demons, Rakshasas exist, there is a Rakshasa with your face and the Rakshasa body, the demon body and your face. Same way, in Tapoloka, your identity exists. There is a person with your face and a tapasvi, great rishi body. The more tapas you do, your tapoloka identity is strengthened, empowered. The less demonic activities you do, your demonic personality in Patala Loka is slowly dissolved. He loses his power over you and he is also slowly dissolved and you are liberated. You have the freedom to strengthen any of this identity in this 14. You have a freedom to strengthen or weaken. Any of these 14 identities, you can be demon. If you continuously come to powerful conclusions that demonic qualities are the best to succeed in this world, if you come to this conclusion again and again and start acting on this conclusion, be very clear, you are strengthening your demonic identity and you start planning your future in Patala, the Asura Loka. If you come to the conclusion, very dharmic way of living, win-win, will always be the best strategy. For success in the life. Whenever you come to the conclusion, hey, I should also win, he should also win. That is the best strategy to achieve success in the life. And you start executing those strategies, those conclusions. Then your personality in Swargaloka gets strengthened, and more your intensity in Swargaloka gets strengthened, and you start manifesting your future time in Swargaloka. And if you feel tyaga, giving up, vairagya, the absolute tyaga is the best strategy for success. Your personality in Tapoloka, highest zone, your identity in Tapoloka gets strengthened. That gets empowered. And naturally your future starts manifesting in Tapoloka. So each of these loka opens up for you based on the powerful conclusions you arrive, based on the actions and activities you do. So understand this truth deeply, so you can start manifesting not only the highest zone, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, all that, you can manifest Kailasa itself. Pure integrity, absolute integrity to Guru and Paramashiva. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
How many of you are listening to for the first time about vertical time zones? Actually, even if you have listened to it multiple times, every time we listen to the truths about vertical time zones and parallel universes, we literally experience, or it's a new understanding altogether in what we see, in how we see it, in how we experience it. Because vertical time zones and parallel universes, there are simultaneously we exist in 14 lokas. Simultaneously, spontaneously we exist in 14 lokas, in 14
No, it's
different planes.
like, let us say, who all have been to any mirror house? Who all have been to a mirror house? Like you see, there are these theme parks where you go into a mirror house and you see your reflection in so many places. Who all have been to a mirror house? Anyone here? You go to a room where you see this is like, so it's filled, usually filled with so many mirrors, and then you go there and there'll be so many reflections. At a point you'll even get confused about the directions. Am I right? And you'll feel like as if there is so many versions of you existing, because we are so used to only seeing a reflection in the front. So when it's reflecting from all sides, and there are some like funky ways they reflect, and sometimes they make you appear so tall, make you appear so short, and all these mirrors will be there around you. And you go into such a place, and it takes a few minutes for your brain to even come to an understanding of what's happening. Now, let's say all these reflections of you is actually having power, and you, instead of reflecting in one room, you're able to reflect like this in 14 different planes. Like, you're here, you want to get something from, let's say you are in London, and then you want to get something from New York, you want to get something from Singapore, you want to get something from Bangalore, Delhi. What if you exist in all these places simultaneously? And you have a power where, if you, with your decision, you can just close your eyes and just switch to any body that you want to get switched to. I mean, this sounds more of a science fiction, but this is a real way how we are existing. This is not something that you just watch in a sci-fi movie, but this is a way actually how our identities are really existing in the 14 planes of existence. How many of you are able to catch it so far? Like how you are existing here. You feel you have this body, and let's say you also have your relatives who are living in different places. How, when you want to get some things imported, you want to buy something, it's much easier for you. Similar way, your identities are existing in 14 lokas, like parallel universe way of existence. Come on, all the participants that are here with us, I request you all, I'm going to pause for a moment and let you all type whatever you have understood so far in this session on vertical time zones. Please take a moment and post. Everardo Alfaroya, Robert Romaya, all the participants that are sitting here with. Please take a moment and post Amrita Panandaya and Piotr Wash. So take a moment now and please post whatever you have understood so far. Come on. What did you understand as this parallel universe, vertical time zones? How does it exist? And all the viewers in YouTube that are watching us live right now, please let us know. This is a question for all of you. I request all of you right here with us. Take a moment and post. What did you understand about the parallel universe? How do we exist in the 14 lokas? Okay. Ma Gokila has posted, I still don't really understand even after listening many times. I just remember Bhagavan said, when I deny myself, I'm also denying my higher self in another loka, something like that. Okay. Thank you, Ma Gokila, for posting this. I'll actually explain to you. See, for example, let us say that you are sleeping. When you are going to your sleep, let's say, I'm just giving you an example. Let's say you are about 35 years old right now and you're married, you have your own family, you're probably working for your office, you have a job, etc. Now you're sleeping, you're entering into sleep, then you're having a dream. Suddenly in your dream, you dream yourself to be sitting in your exam hall. Now tell me, all of us have had dreams weird like this, right? Am I right? Now I want you to tell me, did anything physically change for you in this physical body of yours? No. In the dream body, you are still experiencing it as your own identity. Am I right? You exist at that time during your dream, you're believing these things are existing around you. Am I right? Now, how it was just a decision for you to be able to switch from one identity to another. How from, let's say, you're working, you're in your job, you're experiencing this, what we call as our waking reality. And from there, switching to our dream, it is just a sleep and your identity just switched. And you're experiencing a whole different world altogether. Are you with me till now, so far in this analogy? Now, with this dream state and waking state, you have a different dream, I'll have a different dream. The world you see in your dream will be different, the world I see in my world will be different. Correct? Sorry, the world I see in my dream will be different. Now, when we have an experience of traveling to the 14 lokas, when I go, let's say, to Janaloka, when you come to Janaloka, we both will have the same description of that place. Because 14 planes of existence is real. Actually, very recently, just last month, NASA had discovered a fast radio burst. Fast radio bursts are high energy radiation bursts that happen, which happens and reveals a lot about the existence of our universe, how long our universe is existing, etc. And this has been observed from 2007 onwards through huge telescopes and sensors, which is placed around Australia, etc. So very recently, just a month back, one fast radio burst was discovered. And when the scientists studied it, astrophysicists studied that radio burst. It lasted about 20 seconds. They said world is at least 5 billion years older. And they said, we have still not even found where our universe ends. Understand what this means. And this description of how exactly they said that this is existing the edge of the universe, this radio burst that happened. Actually, this whole description is given in our Mrigendra Agama, giving a clear description about Kalagni Rudra, who exactly performs the rejuvenation process sitting in the edge of the universe, and which actually is what the NASA scientists had recently discovered. But our scriptures have spoken about it thousands of years before. Now, why I'm giving this example is, very clearly in Mrigendra Agama, there's a clear description of how the 14 lokas are existing. Ma Gokila, who's existing in Bhuloka, in this identity, also has an existence in Sargaloka with the same face, but with a Deva body. And with your decision, like how you are able to experience from waking state to your dream state, you have the power to experience from Bhuloka identity to the Swargaloka identity. Like this, we have 14 identities in 14 lokas existing. So far, you understanding, Ma? If you're able to understand, I request if you could please let me know in the chat. Great. So now, all of you understand this actually, the parallel universe, how we all exist. Just this knowledge, try to grasp it. Whether you are able to immediately experience it or not, first try grasping it.
And also, just to add to it, Ma Gokila, to add answer to your question also. See, just cognizing, because all these we have been trained to think from our birth. We've been taught, okay, we exist in this world. This is all is us. We are this. We are this, and we have been like literally boxed into a limited identity of ours. Now, for you to cognize your higher existence, also, it is going to take that time for you to understand and cognize. If you just spend time in digesting these powerful cognitions, that is good enough. Just digesting these powerful cognitions will empower you to experience life in a different level altogether. So just sit and allow yourself to cognize in your inner space, and slowly you will be able to start building that as an experience. Whenever you manifest powers, for example, whenever you have lower emotions, look in, you will see suddenly you will start feeling down. You will start feeling like you're being pulled down. You start empowering your existence in the lower lokas. Whenever you feel powerful, when you feel complete, you will start seeing yourself being empowered, your existence in the higher lokas, planes of existence. So each time, whenever you cognize these parallel universes, vertical time zones, the experience of each of these states or each of these spaces will be completely different than what you normally cognize. So actually, that's why if you see many of the participants who are attending Paramashivoham, every time that they attend Paramashivoham, they'll say that they have a deeper experience. They learn something new. That's because every time when you digest and cognize, they lead you to the higher and higher, deeper and deeper understandings of it. So let's say you cognize to some extent in the last season. In this season, you'll surely see your depth in understanding the parallel universes would have increased more. Your understanding? Great. And how about the male bodies room? Can I please request all the male bodies to post? And I see in YouTube, Christy Garcia has posted. I understood that you can strengthen the dimensions you want based on what you choose to do. For example, if you do bad things, you strengthen the demonic dimension, etc. That's right. See, all the 14 lokas. Okay, let's the planet Earth, the Bhuloka, the whole universe, the known universe is in the center. Below there are 7 lokas, above us there are 7 lokas, right? So there are 14 lokas. Plus apart from this, there's Vaikunta, Kailasa and Sripuram and Mahakailasa. So now, in this plane that we exist in, below these are the lower frequency. There's Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Patala. In each of these, you exist. Right now, let's say Krishti Garcia exists in all these 14 lokas. Whenever you strengthen, like you said, whenever you strengthen any attribute of you that is that empowers the demonic qualities. Now, whenever you strengthen those attributes, you strengthen your existence in these lower lokas. Your literally your identity gets pulled, and your existence in these lower lokas gets empowered. Whenever you strengthen your higher dimensions of life, like for example, enriching will directly take you to Janaloka. If you are win-win situation or based on that you operate in life, it will take you to Swargaloka. So this Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka, Swargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka and Satyaloka. So like this, all the 14 lokas you exist simultaneously. It's not you travel through one and you go higher, higher, higher. You exist in all the lokas simultaneously. Now the whole catch here is, which identity of yours are you strengthening? You start experiencing that. So be careful what thought currents we cherish, because every thought current you cherish is literally taking you to a different loka, a different parallel universe.
Ma Gokila is asking, do you mean I'm in every loka in the form of Divya Sharira? Physically you're there, not just Divya Sharira. Physically you're there. The dimensions of how you exist may be different. Understand? Length, breadth, depth, space. Using and length, breadth, depth, time and space. The permutation combination of these 5 would be very different in each of these lokas. What we experience here, we experience a 3D frame of ours. But probably in Swargaloka, you may have length and breadth, but may not be depth. And the way how time acts will be completely different. Like 1 day in Swargaloka equals 1 year for Bhuloka. So the way how you exist, what we understand as a physical form, all these things will be different, but you exist. One reference can for this is in Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavan Krishna tells, see, in Vaikunta, he exists as Parandama, Mahavishnu. In Swargaloka, he exists as Vishnu. He says, Adityanamaham Vishnur, Jyotisham Raviram Shuman. He says, out of the Adityas who are in Swargaloka, I am Vishnu. And the way how he exists in Vaikunta is as Mahavishnu. But he is the one who is existing in all the 14 lokas. Are you understanding? It's something that you need to first contemplate on, but be very clear, you're existing physically. So then you will slowly, you'll start being able to how, for example, sitting in Malaysia, if let's say you have a company in the US, you want to import something from the US, you can import it easily, right? Now, the same way, you don't just have a company, but you also have a parallel identity, which is existing in a different loka altogether. You have the ability to import things. Just contemplate a little more, because this, as you contemplate, your bio-memory will first start understanding. Yes, this is real. 20, 30 years before, when you were young, let's say, someone comes and tells you, you'll just have a piece of glass in your hand, and that glass will be able to give you all the information that's existing in the world. You would have laughed at it. Glass that'll have all the information. But today, all of us are using the phone. It's just a small piece of glass that's there in our hand. I mean, of course, there is a lot more parts to it, but just to put it in perspective. So our understanding as it matures, the way we grasp things, the way we relate to things, and what resources we can enjoy would be very different. So first, let's understand these 14 identities, how we exist. And I really appreciate your participation. I just wanted to tell you, thank you for participating and asking. And just have this understanding, and we are going to learn a little more about these 14 lokas. In this program throughout, you'll definitely have the experience of traveling to the 14 lokas.
Let us do an exercise where we actually understand or trace our existence in all these 14 lokas, how we exist in these 14 lokas. Now, we're going to be showing you all the actual, the vertical time zones as it is described in the Mrigendra Agama. Here, for example, in the Mrigendra Agama, it says, for Swarloka, it says, Tadu na koti savalo kasvarga virya samashrayaha. It says, the Suvarloka, dwelling place of the prominent denizens of heaven, is above the Bhuvarloka, is a height of 85 lakhs of yojanas. Our scriptures precisely describe the distance between each of these planets, each of these parallel universes. All of these parallel universes are connected to one particular inner space. For example, the Svargaloka is where all the devatas, the gods, exist. All the gods, all the like Indra, all of these gods, the demigods, all of them exist in Svargaloka. And the space here to have is absolute energy, eternal life, where time does not tire you. The next is Maharloka. In Maharloka is where sage Marichi, Rishi Marichi exists. There is no self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial. The next is Janoloka, which is where the Pitrus, ancestors, will exist. And this is a place where you can exist in multiple bodies at the same time. And then the next is Tapoloka, where various rishis and great yogis live. And this is the last ultimate loka where you drop your struggles. The last struggle of arrogance is dropped here. Then the last one is Satyaloka. Satyaloka is deep surrender. The moment you surrender, Vaikuntha opens up to you. Vaikuntha is where you understand the struggles of your stupidity and you experience absolute love and devotion. Shripuram is Devi's abode, and Shripuram is where the energy which keeps whatever you experience in a certain form, that Shakti, that energy is experienced or manifested. The next is Kailasa, where you have the declaration of your integrity to Paramashiva. Ultimately, Mahakailasa is you experience you're just one with Paramashiva. Take a few minutes. You can write down which loka you want to visit, what knowledge and gifts you would like to share from each of those lokas. What gifts would you want to share as your visit? Please take a few minutes. You can trace and decide which loka you want to exist in. Hope all of you have written down. Now, every time you have a certain thought current based out of which you're operating, always remember this. Always remember as to how the thought currents that you're operating from is going to determine which loka you strengthen. So, always that will help you ground yourself, that will help you understand better. Now, in the same space, every time you manifest powers, also remember this. What thought currents you're cherishing? Understand. It is till now you might have cherished the thought current which should have empowered you in lower lokas. But this moment, if you decide to empower yourself in the higher lokas, it will just easily lift you up. You will very easily be able to manifest this. It's a simple logic. Now, let's say all of you are manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. I request every one of you to now sit, focus only on which loka are you empowering your existence on. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to move object without any external support, just through your conscious will. Very simple. Keep a bottle inverted and move that water bottle. Understanding? Start with that. Start with declare consciously and entertain the right powerful cognitions in you and chant the Mahavakya. I request every one of you to keep the bottle inverted. So let's say you have the bottle, keep it inverted like this, and you're not going to hold it on the hand. You're going to keep it on the ground and make sure it's stable. It should not be falling by itself. So keep a bottle that's stable. So then you put the bottle and you're going to be moving the water bottle. Clear? Yeah. So let's all enter into the power manifestation. Please keep a water bottle inverted. Chant the Mahavakya and please start the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Please relax. Now let's all enter into the next session. Where Swamiji explains about how four tattvas makes you as Sadashiva.
All the time you spend from amoeba to fish, fish to monkey, monkey to man, and man to my presence now. Even after becoming man, it is not that immediately you reached here. Births after births, you evolved, sometimes wasted, casually roaming around, sometimes confused, sometimes deluded, sometimes misguided, sometimes did not have the courage. So many ways you wasted the years. Now it is time. Consciousness takes the breakthrough into super consciousness. Listen, I am not talking about the purpose of human life. I am talking about the purpose of very life. What you have seen or what you know. Real me is here to give you the conscious breakthrough, to move you to the next level, to make you manifest Sadashivatva. What I mean by the word Sadashivatva, I'll explain, I'll describe. Listen intensely. Listen deeply. Just by listening, breakthrough can happen in your consciousness. You can start opening up. You can start manifesting. Understand the context first. Purpose why I called you is to make you Sadashiva. Give the conscious breakthrough. That is the first priority, I should say only priority. Listen. If you are thinking any other reason, those reasons are all wrong. Drop them all now. If you are having any other reason, whether you believe I called you for some other reason to build this ashram, I don't need ashram. That is why I proved myself 9 years without living in any property, ashram and all that. I have already established the fact I don't need anything. All by myself, I lived more than 9 years and showed. Just to tell you guys, I don't need anything only. I lived 9 years like that. Every word need to enter into your being, penetrate your being. I have not called you for anything else. The first priority and only priority is to make you Sadashiva, to give you the conscious breakthrough. That is the purpose. I am looking at you only as the life traveled from amoeba to
Bangalore Adinam, having physical growth, mental breakthrough, conscious evolution, now waiting to have a big superconscious jump. Understand it properly. It is only for the superconscious jump I have called you guys. And you are here. And I tell you, you are the salt of the universe. You are going to be the essence of the universe. Many more may join, but only after you. Expansion is universe. The quality of the causeless expansion, there is no withdrawal in life. It is all only expansion, 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 expansion. That quality of continuous expansion is called Sadashiva. Shiva means causeless auspiciousness. Sadashiva means continuous causeless auspiciousness. When you are in the mode of creation, add integrity to you. You will manifest Sadashiva. Let me repeat. When you are in the creation mode, add integrity to it. You may ask, what is creation mode? When you feel like doing something active. It can be your office work. It can be manifesting wealth. It can be doing something for name and fame, including career activities, or it can be physically creating something, art, painting, drawing, even sexual desires, activities, all these belong to creation. When you are in the creation mode, bring integrity to you, you will manifest Sadashiva. Your creativity plus integrity is Sadashiva's creation energy. Satyo Jata. Only from Satya, anything can be born. Jata means born. Satyo Jata means born out of integrity. Anything which is born out of integrity only will stand forever. So the creation phase of Sadashiva is Satyo Jata. In all your creativity, it can be as simple as cooking to as complicated as manifesting wealth. It can be as lower as you think, sexual desires, or can be higher as creating your enlightenment. Any creation, including manifesting powers, any creation, including manifesting powers, add integrity to it. Out of Satya, anything born, Satyo Jata, anything born out of integrity will stay forever and do good to you. You all have that creation mode in you, that is Aham. When you add integrity to it, you become Sadashivoham in your creativity. Understand? Add integrity to all your creation. Maintenance, sustenance. Bring authenticity to your sustenance. Listen. Anything which loses authenticity starts collapsing, and it needs to collapse. The earlier it collapses, good for the humanity. Understand? Anything which loses its authenticity, it is time for it to vacate the planet Earth, the existence. Anything which retains its authenticity continues to exist forever. Anything, if you want it to be alive, just retain its authenticity. Everything else will be taken care. When I was attacked, the only thing I decided, I will keep the authenticity of me and my Sangha. That's it. It cannot be destroyed. Authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. Whenever you are in a destructive mood, bring responsibility. Understand? If you feel responsible and destroy, it will always be the things needed to be destroyed. You will never destroy what should not be destroyed. You will always destroy what need to be destroyed immediately. With responsibility, destruction will be equivalent to rejuvenation, not just destruction. Irresponsibility leads to tantrum throwing, rioting destruction. It may look like Kalabhairava and Kali run riot on the cosmos, but they know precisely where to put the leg and where to put the hand, where to put the sword. It is too precise. The precision is not even one cell this side or that side. It is more precise than any laser surgery. Understand? Kalabhairava's Trishul may be as huge as Merudanda, the Meru hill, but it is as precise as non-invasive surgery laser. How the non-invasive laser surgeries performed on your heart are precise. Kalabhairava's Trishul is that precise because it feels responsible. Understand? Whenever you are in the destruction mood, anger, violence, frustration, not depression. Depression is delusion. Frustration is destruction. Listen, anger, frustration, and destructive mood, these three. Whenever you are in these three mood, bring responsibility to you. Look in, are you behaving responsibly? Are you behaving responsibly? Whenever you are in the mood of delusion, confusion, depression, Understand? Depression, delusion, confusion means much of your part is rotten. For example, if 20% of a vegetable or a fruit is rotten, you can cut that portion, remove it, consume the remaining part. If 99% of it is rotten, you won't be able to get that 1% out. The whole thing needs to be discarded. Listen carefully. Depression, delusion means 99% of your part has become rotten. Now, the only way to get rid of it is start living for others, enriching. You are already rotten. If you build your mind, your life on you, it will be stinking. Forget about you. Start living for others. Enriching is the only solution. I will expand on the fundamental principle, first principle of becoming Sadashiva. Understand the first principle of becoming Sadashiva is not moral. Understand? Before revealing the principle, I want you to know it is not moral, social, right, wrong. I am giving you this as the first principle to have a superconscious breakthrough, becoming Sadashiva. Understand? It is directly from the revelations of Sadashiva. Vedas and Agamas are the revealed scriptures of Hinduism. They are not written scriptures. Please understand? Neither written nor compiled. Vyasa is only an organizer, not editor, compiler, writer. He is neither author nor compiler or editor. He is just an organizer of the Vedas and Agamas. So listen, the first principle is integrity. It needs to be understood. The first level of integrity only is the thought current you are cherishing with you and others, treating it as life. It's only a first level of integrity. Understand? Understand the words I am using. I am not saying the word you give it to others and the word you give it to yourself. I am giving you the grace. The word you give it to others and word you give it to yourself many times is a spontaneous lie. I am even ready to forget about that. I am only saying the thought current you cherish. See, if I have to go to the detail of the word, sometimes people ask, what is time now? You may say 8:31. Who knows it is 8:31? Based on this clock we tell it's 8:31. So the word you give may be sometime right, wrong, false, true. So I am not even bothered about that. The thought current you cherish. I need to tell the time after verifying with all my abilities. So, that is the thought current. Understand? My intention to tell the time is right. I am not interested in lying. I want to tell the right time to him. But whatever research I can do with my intelligence and with the available infrastructure, with that I will do it and tell. This is thought current. All of you understand the difference between thought current and a word. Listen carefully. When I give this integrity definition, honoring every thought current you are cherishing within you and every thought current you are cherishing by sharing with others, honoring it as your life is integrity. The thoughts you share with yourself, I should say thought currents, because with yourself it's not single thoughts, it's like a bunch of flow. With others it's a single thought because it's a words. Listen carefully. With others you share in linear way, one by one by one. With yourself you share bundles and bundles. If you can share bundles and bundles with others, you and he are in extraordinary at oneness. Sometimes some of my disciples, with them I can share bundles of thought currents without expressing much words. That is the way I received my teachings from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Otherwise, in 9.5 months, no way I could have received this whole Vedas and Agamas from him. I received from him as bundles of thought currents. Because the oneness was so strong. When you share with others, it is one thought, one thought, one thought. When you are talking to yourself, it's bundle of thought currents. Whether thought currents with you or thought currents with others, honoring it as life. Integrity is a frequency. Just integrity is enough for you to manifest Sadashiva's state, space, powers, everything. Nothing else is required. Just integrity is enough. You all might have heard, we have a third eye and it gets calcified by the fluoride. Same way, we have one more intra-organ called Vak, not internal organ. Internal organ is the card box. It's called vocal cord. Intra-organ is the Vak. Vak is the software of our vocal cord. Third eye. Physically also there is a third eye. And you need a software to operate the third eye. That software is what I am giving as third eye initiation. That physical software, if it is physical hardware third eye, if it is decalcified, we remove it by Pancha Kriya and vegetarian food, this lifestyle. Same way there is something called Vak. It gets calcified by all the lies you uttered from the time you started your life. Understand? Listen carefully. Anything you know and you change, the Vak gets affected, means the frequency of work comes down. I'll define authenticity. Listen carefully. Manifesting powerful cognitions is authenticity. I'll give you an example. You can manifest a cognition, oh, in the 7 billion people, only these few hundred are able to make it to Sadashivatva. If I physically made it, I am going to make it. You can manifest this powerful cognition. If I physically make it, I am going to make it. Or you can say, I am not even able to come to morning yoga 3 minutes late. I am not even able to come to this integrity. How will I manifest powers? You can manifest that cognition also. Manifesting powerless cognitions is inauthenticity. Manifesting constantly powerful cognitions is authenticity. You can say, if my third eye is open, if I am able to roll coconut, I can roll any matter, I can move any matter. Means my third eye is open. How did it get open? By connecting it to the universal third eye of Sadashiva. If I am connected to universal third eye of Sadashiva, then this whole universe, the whole matter is under me. From where you are, you can either go on making powerful chain, powerful links, and manifest powerful cognitions, or go on making weak links, weak chain and powerless cognitions. Human being is a possibility to travel in both directions. If you are going to go on manifesting powerless cognitions every day, you practice inauthenticity. If you go on manifesting powerful cognitions every day, you manifest authenticity. That's all. Authenticity redefined. Understand? Practicing authenticity means manifesting powerful cognitions. Matter is moving just by the power, means I am connected to cosmic third eye. If I am connected to cosmic third eye, not just coconut, I can roll planets. Why only coconuts? I can roll planets. Because it is from the cosmic third eye, the whole universe is generated. Going on manifesting powerful cognitions and playing with it is what I call authenticity. Understand? There is so much snow in the Himalayas, so much ice, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes the sacred Ganga. Not all. There is so much ice, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes sacred Ganga. There is so much of Sadashiva. Understand? The raw material, the source material, Sadashiva, is everywhere.
But the raw material which decides to melt down and flow as Shakti only manifests in you as power. There is so much ice in the Himalayas, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes sacred Ganga. There is so much of raw material, Sadashivatva, in all of us, but only the raw material which decides to melt, the Sadashiva which decides to melt and flow only manifests as powers, which decides to melt and only manifests as Shaktis. Like sun creates the Vatavarana for the ice to melt and flow. Understand? Sun itself does not melt. Then all the ice should have melt? No. Sun creates the Vatavarana. So any ice which wants to melt can come up and melt and flow. Sun itself cannot melt all the ice. Even after the sun comes, you decide not to melt and hide somewhere, you can't be melted. Sun only creates the Vatavarana for you to melt. Same way, the Vatavarana, the Sadashivatva in you to melt and flow, manifest as Shaktis, is responsibility. Understand? When Sadashiva takes responsibility, he flows as Shakti. In all of us, Sadashiva is there. But in which form? Morning, the great asana you like, Savasana? In that form. Only when the responsibility sun rises and you decide to take the responsibility, the Vatavarana, the ambience of responsibility, decision to be responsible, melts that Shava and flows as Shakti, makes you Shiva. Understand? It is Ganga makes Himalaya great. If the Ganga does not flow to the plains, we don't care about Himalayas. Even the Himalayas has how many billion tons of ice, who cares? Poles have 100 times more ice than the Himalayas. But who cares? Because Ganga is not flowing from poles. North Pole and South Pole has million times more ice than the Himalayas. But why Himalayas is revered, respected, worshipped? Because it flows as Ganga. Even if you have million times more ice and you don't flow as Ganga, nobody will care. It is Ganga makes Himalaya sacred. Understand? If you flow as Shakti, that makes your Sadashivatva sacred. You are as much as Sadashiva as me. The only difference is I have created the ambience of responsibility and melt myself and flow as Shakti. When I flow as Shakti, because of the Ganga, understand, Himalayas is respected. You are like a North Pole and South Pole. North Pole and South Pole is like Shava. Yes, they have raw material to be Shiva,
But only when they melt and flow as Ganga, they will be Sadashiva. Till then, they are only in Shavasana. You being in Savasana, used to whom? Fundamentally, the purpose of the life, not just human life, is to manifest Pindanda to Brahmanda, macrocosm to microcosm, one cell amoeba to Mahasadashiva. See, whichever part you are in this long journey, you may be just having physical growth, or having physical and psychological growth, or physical and psychological and conscious growth, or whatever level you may be there in this whole journey, supporting other beings in this journey is enriching. Wherever you are in this long journey, helping others, enriching others is a spiritual practice. Causing others reality is a spiritual practice. Even in life, whether you want more energy in the body, health, more resources in your life, wealth, more beings to live together for your love, to share your love, give and receive, relationships. Fundamental principle is coming to conclusion to enrich and cause. Only if you decide to enrich and cause, energy will start oozing in your life. Energy starts oozing in you only when you decide to enrich. It expresses as health, it expresses as love, relationships, it expresses as resource in the life, like wealth. What's the biggest wealth, Ability to relate with a large number of people with love is the best wealth you can have, which will never leave you. Which will never leave you. Understand? There is only two ways you can be wealthy. The organic way of wealthy is ability to relate with multiple people with energy.
it's very nice to see that there are a lot of questions that people having on parallel universes, what Swamiji has revealed about. And in this particular session, Swamiji revealed to us about tattvas, how to make the four tattvas as a part of your life, how to make decisions applying the four tattvas in our daily lives. Swamiji had revealed about all of this. And yes. Okay. Now I'm going to be taking some of the questions that participants have been having. Okay. So I'm having Robert Ramaya who's asked the question that are we, at what age do we exist in these lokas? At what age, what are we when we experience and appear in lokas? Each of it has its own governing laws. The law of gravity in Tapo Loka is different from the law of gravity in Bhuloka. The law of gravity in each of these are completely different. So every Loka has a completely different science of existence. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. Hope all of you are able to hear us and see us better now. Yes. Okay. Excellent. Now, I was just answering the question of Robert Ramaya. Nithyanandam, Robert Ramaya, are you there? You can let me know in the chat if you're there. See, in each of these planes of existence, how we exist in, the dimensions in which we exist, the laws are extremely different. Let's say, for example, you exist in Bhuloka. The law of gravity that acts upon you on Bhuloka is entirely different from the law of gravity that acts upon you in Bhuvarloka, in Suvarloka, right? So, in each of these universes, it's entirely different. And we also have, yes, Everardo Alfaro, I think you're going to start taking notes as, uh, yes, that's the best way to learn. Actually, whenever you take notes, write down your understanding. This is why we keep these activities of posting the understandings on Facebook, because what that ensures you do is it'll make sure you're taking the notes, you're posting it on Facebook, and you're maintaining like a journal. Every time that you do that, every single time you put it all together, you write it down, what starts happening is you start internalizing. You start cognizing, analyzing the powerful cognitions that Swamiji is revealing. So it'll automatically become a part of your thinking process, your biomemory. And also we have a question from some of the participants on female side. Ma Vibhukera, you're asking for the chart of the lokas. Sure, ma. It'll be sent to you as part of your email, in your gifts email today. Ma Patricia has posted that to have the knowledge that we exist on other universes, even each of us is a universe in itself. And Swamiji wants us to have no cultural shock. Yes, that's right. Okay, Terry Rattray is asking, can we physically go to the other lokas or just our consciousness? You should know one thing. You can physically travel to the lokas. There's a reference in our Puranas, multiple references in our Puranas, how human being could go with the physical body to the higher planes. Muchukunda Chakravarti, to this day, the temple in Tyagaraja Swami temple in Tamil Nadu, in India, has the deity that Muchukunda Chakravarti got from the parallel universe. To this day, nobody, it's called Maragata Lingam. Nobody is able to find an equivalent or the source of where that stone could have come from, because it does not exist anywhere on planet Earth. So it was, this whole science is 100% possible. It's a science. Same way we have reference to Trishanku, who was able to travel up, he was able to reach the parallel universes, and then the whole thing happens where the devatas send him down, and all of that happens. Same way Nachiketa goes to Yamaloka, he goes up until Swargaloka. Same way we have the kings who have traveled all the way to Devaloka, and they have met the gods and goddesses. So understand, it's not, see, these days we are saying we travel to the interstellar, sorry, not even interstellar, interplanet travels. Like we go from our planet to moon or our planet Mars. This much scientists have been able to find. Our ancestors not just traveled to the vertical time zones, different planets, horizontal, sorry, the vertical time zones, and they even were able to go to the different parallel universes and meet the beings, because human beings have not seen the extraterrestrial beings who exist in other planets. We call them aliens. Actually, Swamiji tells Hinduism is a science which never calls anyone as aliens, because nobody is alien to us. We have all met them. It's like when you go from India to US, will you call the people in US aliens? No. You just know, okay, they're there. You can meet them. They're also just other beings like you. Same way, Hindus knew that the beings in these vertical time zones are just other beings. You can never call them aliens. Says the concept of aliens does not exist in Hinduism. So yes, anyways, now coming back to this understanding about the Swamiji revealed in this about the tattvas, the four tattvas which makes us manifest Sadashiva. The principle of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Now, integrity means your intra organ called Vak, the Vak Shakti in you, where any word that you give to yourself and to others, you fulfilling it, is integrity. Authenticity is you performing at your peak capacity. Responsibility is you feeling, cognizing you are the source of everything around you, and therefore taking responsibility for it. Enriching is you going on enriching everyone around you. See, these four are the pillars on which your identity is established. Whenever any of the one pillar gets affected, your whole identity gets affected. The way you cognize, the way you respond, the way you react in life gets affected. Now, through this one session, Swamiji is very beautifully revealing this exact same truth. Let us understand this through a very beautiful exercise that Swamiji has given to be able to cognize this truth. Okay. I request all the participants here to take a few minutes, look into your life and list down all the words and promises commitment you gave to yourself and to others, which you did not honor and fulfill or withdraw, and thereby you did not restore integrity. You told your friend you will give him $20 or you told your friend you will visit him on his, like, on the 20th, but you didn't go. You are responsible to complete it. Understand, every word you give to yourself and others is like a physically, it is sitting inside of you. Every broken promise affects your integrity. Many times we feel like so much of confusion in life, so much of chaos in life is because of this. If you just start analyzing this one truth, very simple principle of the manifesting that integrity inside of you, every word you give, when you declare something, going to any extent, even giving your life to fulfill it, take a few minutes and pen down, look into your life and list down all the word promises that you have given to yourself and to others, which you have not fulfilled. Even the most simplest of things, please pen them down. Please give a commitment to yourself to be in integrity and complete with your words, problems, commitment you give to yourself. So either fulfill the word or declare, complete, and withdraw that word. Listen very carefully. I'll just explain this part so all of us can understand it better. Every word, let's say 10 years ago, very casually, you gave a word to your friend saying, hey, in by the time I become 20 years old, I will come to your house and I'll gift you, let's say you tell him you'll gift him a car or a cycle. Or let's say you tell you're my best friend, in my first salary, I'll gift you. You might have passed and you would have forgotten that word. You might have not remembered, but the word, the promise that you gave is still hanging on to you. And that you are responsible till that word is fulfilled. That commitment literally hangs on to you. How many of you are catching this? How many of you are understanding this? And you should know you are responsible to fulfill that promise, that commitment. It is not just for moral value. Physically, it is an extension of you, it is actually attached to you. Till you complete, it keeps sticking to you, which means you need to complete it. That is the only way. Only when you complete, only when you break free from that whole pattern, you will start actually manifesting the power of integrity. Integrity is the power. Someday you told you'll give some money, or you'll gift something, you'll share something with one of your friends. Just not fulfilling that. Till the time you fulfill that, that word, that commitment is stuck to you. Are you understanding? Now there are two ways. One is you can go back and let's say you told your friend that, I'll give you the thing. I missed my integrity, but now I'm recommitting. I am going to pay this much amount to you. That was my first time salary. That much now I will give you. Or let's say you're not able to fulfill it. I'll give you another example for this. Let's say you told your friend that you would be able to travel with him with his in his trip somewhere, but right now suddenly a situation came. Let's say your relative is ill and you really need to go and attend to it, and you're not able to fulfill it. You should call and complete and withdraw that commitment that you gave. You should tell, hey, you know what, I told you this, and unfortunately because of this I'm not able to fulfill. I'd like to withdraw my commitment. Either of this has to happen, otherwise that word that you gave is hanging on to you. Catching it? How many of you are understanding? How many of you are catching it? Come on, Ma Jessica and Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Jacqueline, Ma Lita, Ma Maha Govinda Rupini, Ma Amrita Vandini, Ma Priyatma Swarupini, Ma Parashakti. Yes. Ma Forum, I see you waving your hand. Thank you. Okay, my head is slack. Okay. Okay. Now, see, you might have done this hundreds of times, but even one more non-integrity you add on to it. You just clean the river that's polluted. Again, if you dump the factory waste on it, it is going to get polluted, right? Every non-integrity or non-fulfilling of the word is only polluting the work. So now, in all the promises that you've written down, go back, reach out to that person, call, and either complete with that word and fulfill it or withdraw it. Please take 5 to 10 minutes and let's finish this. Have you all finished writing? See, even if you have started calling, even if you have started taking that step, that's good. I'm not expecting, like, if you have 10 people to call, you should call. And today's initiation, I'd like to share with you all. Today, we have a very, very special initiation where all of us are going to be experiencing favorite ancestors, anyone. I mean, anyone, not just favorite ancestors, but anyone that you want to meet, like someone who family members, anyone. Make sure they're not missing today's initiation. It's a very, very powerful process. All right. Now, in preparation for that initiation,
I'm introducing, understand. You need to logically, rationally, impossibilities available for you. Your life will not be silly. Listen. If you know $1 billion, come on, let's fight and pick up the gun. You will not go for that if you know you are possible. Your greed getting matured, fears getting matured. At the age of 7, you want to play with a car toy. At the age of 17, you want a car. Then by 25, different style cars. Your desire is getting matured. Desire gets matured even in your conscious level. You have conscious maturity happening. For example, no, technique is not solution. I am not here to give you technique. I am here to give you depth of personality and solution. Not that you will close your eyes and put your quickly and somewhere and look here there and chant some sound and you will blow your nose. Depth of self is too silly. It may be, oh, I am a successful businessman. How can Swamiji say I am silly? I am a successful. The I you carry is amazing, but not the titles you carry after that. If the I is carrying depth, if that frequency, this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand? Life comes. The whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt you. Feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. Because I am interested only in a cup of coffee and manifesting powers. That's the only way I visualize me. Whenever I find time, still even now, that's what I do. Like this old lady is cooking in the home. I'll tell her, get this ginger, get this pepper, get this salt. I'll be playing with it and do some process and take this aushadha. All the dimensions of this universe opened. Understand? Only then you open the womb where you were residing for 10 months and come out. Many times you will hear me saying, whenever you have a problem, always used to connect. Whenever I have a problem, Annamalai Swamigal was ideal for me. Ramana Maharshi's disciple. First thing I will say, how Annamalai Swamigal will handle this? Of course, standing. How? Sadashiva will handle this. The moment the one became many, all the problems you have, he also started. He solved it. You are not. That's all. If you inside this cup there is a space, that is aham. The space inside the cup is connected to this cup. This whole thing as the source of oneness inside them. Listen carefully. Anything which has become multiple, oneness, one associated with oneness has become many, but continue to be filled by the oneness.
And answer all the questions you have. Then only breadth and depth exists in one dimension. Listen carefully. There will only be visualization and cognition, no verbalization. Some dreams, sometimes in the dream you will be seeing. Only even this object, its breadth and the depth can be left and length can be moved out. I'll explain further. Materialization happens from this plane. Understand? Any object gets dismantled if this length is taken out of this object. To any length, this can be shifted. This side Ganga, that side Ganga. If you lift the bamboo, it's Ganga. Same way, this length makes this object not to be moved in length. Defined length differentiates this object.
Listen, one end of the rope in the microcosm, Pindanda, is as length dimension. Same way, what functions in the microcosm as visualization in the Brahmanda, you cognize yourself, individual inner image in Pinda, inner image vibrates as the dimension of depth in the macrocosm. That is why your inner. Never allow lower inner image not judge you. Listen. Even your guru only has a right to help you, not to judge you. Even guru, he only has a right to remind you. He does not have a right to judge you. Never. Weak inner image is arrogance. Don't call it as humbleness or meekness or goodness. No. Understand? Alcohol coupled with sleep tablets. Alcohol coupled with antidepressants. After that you will. Lower inner image can be established only in arrogance. If you do not have arrogance, lower inner and grow.
Same way, the arrogance is the fertile land for low inner image to get grounded and grow. All womanizers will be frustrated people. All arrogant people will be having low self inner image, low inner image. Even first person he will not look because he will be in the first person. He will be in the first person. Which can never be changed at any time. Low self inner image, cosmic dimensions. Understand? The kind of a frequency you send from here, hand, the other end of the rope is with the cosmos. Listen, one end of the rope is in your verbalization directly affects the length dimension of the cosmos. Your visualization, you quantumly function with the macrocosm. Want to take control of the vehicle you are sitting in. Car is already moving in 120 km speed. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. But people around him only died a horrible death. He asked why? Because he was on the wheel and sleeping. Wake up now to your length, breadth, depth. Rope is doing its job automatically. Understand? If you don't wake up now, don't think the car is going to stop. The earlier automated gear system in which you take another one janma without waking up. Appa. The Sanatana Hindu traditions, length, breadth, depth, time and space. These are the 5 depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, redundant. Only a person who understands 25 states of the consciousness is what you perceive, you go through. More and more in length, breadth, depth
as well. If you
yes,
go
both. See, when you change, world changes. When world changes, you change.
But will
the moment you even you enter into Turiya, after that no regressive possibility. Till Jakrat there is regressive possibility. But not after that.
Define the quality of relationship or conversation I'm having, or is it that in that state, what is the extent of length?
Remembrance of the Guru. The intimate touch, that experience, remembrance, your whole energy will be shifted. The length, breadth, depth will be dimension, that space. The space you are in matters.
So, the 5 components of these 11 dimensions.
Oma. The space in this 11 dimensions is Akasha.
Okay.
Vyoma is different to Bhuloga. No. The whole spindle, the standila, Meru standila, on which all the 14 loka, where the matrix is irrelevant. Everything else falls under the matrix. and our fictive reality in the so-called real world who is supposed to be Neo. See, actually this, you can't exactly match who is Neo and who is agent, and he has to die. And only roughly can be matched. What is the ultimate by all of us, like a concept of currency? It's not real. It's a paper. But all of us agree. Citizenship, ownership, paper. All these are the artificial intelligence. All to start. It is already started. The moment created reality you take, the actions you perform, the life you live is 51% essential reality. Please understand. A disease is an existential reality. Medicine for it is an existential reality. But currency, separate these two. Land is existential reality. The passport you need to live there is a created reality. Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. From this to whatever you can think of you, perceive you. All that put together. You have two levels of existing. Listen, the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. You are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is Tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick, without thought, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought, same way. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness exists. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are, how many of you understand that? Projector. Listen. I exist. And with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic tickets, cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the he cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion with the idea I exist, I consciousness, that state is called thinking, Jakrat. All of you are able to understand the word? I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why do dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These 3 all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The 4th word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called turiya. Turiya means 4th in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means 4th. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, Turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is Turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is Turiya. Now I want you to remember these 4 words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a 5th word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turyatita. Turyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jakrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turyatita, alive state, where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. Not have consistency. In one dream itself that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself it changes. Why do dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state at least little decent. In the waking state it is more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen. where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word, that is why it is called turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means fourth, that's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there, I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts, is turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turyatita. Turyatita is the state. Listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti, it is called Sushupta Sushupti, deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes, not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing Sushupti and Sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes. In the whole 6 hours or 8 hours, you are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience. When you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up, you will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, that Sushupti and Swapna. Then Sushupti and Jakrat. Sushupti and Turiya. Sushupti and Turyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic. mind? What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. That line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 that becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It's good, sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I will use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. Even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do, listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face, whatever, come what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I am calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep, both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I am trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, that reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse, it is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know you are tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? How many of you are able to catch what I am describing? Please raise your hand. Next. The tantrum throwing child is in waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously You agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's in a waking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I'll call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, which I marked, seeking awakened but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed, but you know something you need to discover. I'll call that as a seeking but not active. Means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark, the awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say a big capital letter no to everything external. But you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? But you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Next, Turiyatita and Sushupti. When you enter Turiyatita, when the tantrum throwing child enters into Turiyatita, and the logic is in Sushupti, I call this accidental enlightenment. No, there are few people who got this. They got it accidentally by Guru's grace or by the high energy experience without their logic planning for it. This J. Krishnamurti actually had a glimpse, but accidentally. The next, your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream but go back to the deep sleep, again dream and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experienced this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? See, I'll put it in a very simple way. What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand, you will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire, you will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand, next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC. If he enters into Turiya, and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mungus. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mangus or mungus? How you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mungus. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, in whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. Next, the tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. Unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. I think now many are experiencing Bhava Samadhi. I am seeing many faces. Already experienced. I think I am experientially putting you in Sushupti. I am experientially showing you Sushupti. If your belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turyatita, that's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, Sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what is called Turyatita, which becomes permanent. I'll just make few statements, few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem. But if you decide to become powerless, you can be powerless anywhere. If you decide to become powerful, you can be powerful anywhere. Fundamentally, this whole 25 state is 25 phases of you, 25 dimensions of you. Nothing is bad, nothing is good. Because many times you become powerless in dream state, it looks like a bad. Not the state is bad, but your habit and pattern of becoming powerless there is. I'll just make few statements. few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem.
Nithyanandam, I hope all of you understood this amazing, powerful revelations and revelations we just had, where Swamiji explained about very important revelations on the existence of 11 dimensions of the universe and the 25 states of consciousness. Many of you understood this so far, because we're going to be taking you all through a quick internalization exercise to understand what are these 11 dimensions and what are these 25 states of consciousness. The 11 dimensions. Now you're able to see me. I hope all of you are able to see me. So now this, the way you're seeing, is having certain dimensions to it. There is length, there is breadth, there is depth. So right now, when you view me on a 2D screen, like you're watching me probably on your television or your laptop, your Mac, your iPad, anywhere. So I'm appearing as two-dimensional. There's length, there is breadth. This is what all of us know, am I right? But the 11 dimensions of the universe is permutation combination of 5 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. And when we say the term length, length does not restrict itself to just the unit measurement that we are generally familiar with. But the measurement, the length dimension, is that of logic. The breadth dimension is of emotions, art. The depth dimension is of powerful cognition. Let's understand this a little more deeply and elaborately. And after this, if you guys have any question, you can post it and we'll be taking your questions. See, listen carefully. Length means anything which flows with a systematic, certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, or if you put this acid and this acid, this is the product that you're going to be getting. Or if you do this reaction and that statement, this is the result that you're going to be having. Anything that's coming in a particular flow, a certain logic, which works as per a strict logic. You are operating from the length dimension. It's part of the length dimension. If you master the length dimension, anything that's working as per a particular logic will be under your control. Clear so far? All right. Then the next thing is breadth dimension, meaning anything which flows with the rhythmic logic is breadth dimension. All the actions, activities of the heart and part goes into the breadth dimension, where there is certain logic, but it's not a rigid logic. It's more of a flow, a rhythmic flow of existence. Example, painting, dancing. There is a rhythmic flow of body in dance. So dancing comes under breadth dimension of the body language. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Writing is logic, length dimension. Painting becomes the breadth dimension of writing. Depth is your conclusion, the cognitions, the conclusions you carry about you, God, life, everything. Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara. The cognitions you carry about you, the world, Jagat, and Ishvara, God. All these, whether it's the ideas you carry as your inner image about you, the ideas you carry, this is how life is. This is what are the things that are happening. Any of these things that you are carrying inside of you comes under the depth dimension. Now, listen to the next thing. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor, comes out of you like energy. How many of you are understanding so far? Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. It is the space that constitutes a person. Space in you, space outside you, and the whole space is actually one and the same. Any power manifestation has to start from space. Understand? Listen to this carefully. It's not even from depth. It's not some powerful cognitions. It has to start from the space. When length, breadth, depth collide with space, the dust generated is time. Length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is like energy. When these two collide, the dust that's generated is time. How many of you feel like, oh my God, this is just, oh, wow. How many of you are cognizing it? How many of you are understanding this? See, the length, breadth, depth, time, and space, these are the unit dimensions. When you start understanding how these function, see, when you are establishing yourself on length, be a very rigid person. Actually, many times when we scan, we see people like just so in their life, they're not able to generate wealth because they've made themselves so rigid. And because they made themselves so rigid, not letting themselves flow, their very being stops expressing and manifesting their creativity, which is part of breath dimension. Do not cognize, celebrate, enjoy, entertain anything related to your capabilities in your length, breadth, or depth. Let your identity of you, who you are, be established, cherished, played, enjoyed, celebrated with the capacity, capabilities of your space. Now, with these 11 dimensions, two important results you need to achieve. Paramashiva says, first result is manifesting the powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. How many of you are understanding so far? How many of you are with us so far? Anyone has any questions? Very, very shortly, we're also going to be entering into the darshan preparation. See, manifesting powers, powerful cognitions, these two are completely different. If you are able to read through your third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize, if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and you start reading, it's manifesting powerful cognitions. Take a few minutes and write down whatever you have understood from this session so far. If anyone has any questions, feel free to post it. Now, as all of you are writing, I'm going to give you all a few minutes. So please take a few minutes and cognize it. Now, as all of us are getting ready for today's special darshan and initiation, we're going to be entering into a very exclusive special session on number universe. It's a very, very exclusive session. You will not be finding this as a satsang anywhere else. This is from the previous Paramashivoham Level 3 program. So listen intensely. It's an amazing revelation directly from the Agamas, which Swamiji, like you can't get any book revealing it like this. So intensely listen to this amazing revelation on the very first universe, the number universe.
I'll try to explain step by step. You can grasp with your logic. See, there is multi-layer universe and you. The first layer of you is your ability to logically understand, like a 1 plus 1 is 2. Your simple logic, that is your first layer of you. Length dimension, understand? 1 plus 1 is 2 is your simple logic. There is a whole universe belong to that simple logic, that number. Actually, if you see deeply, whole universe is nothing more than a number. Just number. Just number. See, everything around you can be reduced to a number. Anything you see, perceive, grasp, cognize can be reduced to numbers. Whether great strategic decisions you make, it all boils down to number. It is just statistics, numbers. Everything from your life, death, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you understand the whole universe can be just reduced to numbers? If you understand, this whole universe can be just reduced to numbers. Raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll explain more with more logic and more wealth, relationships, strategies, decisions, every numbers. Number can be expanded to the whole universe level. Just like your basic logic is one dimension of you, one aspect of you, whole universe as number as one part of itself. Your logic, numbers, and there is a one parallel universe called number universe. Number universe. Number based identity of you. Number centric universe. How many of you are able to grasp? Actually, if you see all planets, Everything can be just reduced to numbers. If you see the olden day mandalas and yantras in Agama, it will all be only number. About for Surya, there will be one number. For Chandra, there is one number. For Buddha, there is one number. For each planet, there is only one number. How many of you have seen that? That number is nothing but the multiplication or subtraction of the Surya proportion. The sun is the center, and based on the sun, that proportion that is what is the number given to all the other planets. That's all. Whole universe, whether it's a DNA strand or this whole Milky Way, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you are able to understand? If you are able to understand what I am saying about this number universe, raise your hand. People who understand everything is number become wealthy just like that. Wealth is nothing but understanding number. That's all. Hey, that's all. I am telling you. If your brain is able to be friendly with the number, I challenge you will become wealthy. People who have incompletion or anger with the number does not want to keep number in the memory, remain poor and die in poverty. Just understand number. In our Gurukul tradition, you are supposed to memorize the number rhythm. We call it Vaipadu. I don't know the English word for it. That number rhythm. It will go up to 100 into 100. You have to memorize. Nowadays the kids feel, oh, it's all just waste of time and energy. After all, we have a calculator in our watch itself. Our cell phone has a calculator. Your cell phone being comfortable with the number will make the cell phone company fellow rich, not you. It's like one fellow was going on the horse, going around the Arunachala hill. The horse got mukti, not he. Only if you walk around the Arunachala hill, you will get the mukti. If you are going on a horse will get the mukti, not you. If you are using your cell phone for mastering the number, for handling the number, the cell phone company fellow will become rich, not you. Your brain getting comfortable with the number is one of the basic lesson in Gurukuls we teach. Understand? Whole thing is number. Brain, which can quickly grasp numbers, handle tables, will always lead to wealth. Try it, you will see it. the whole universe of numbers, whether DNA strand or the Milky Way, both have their numbers. Whether your DNA strand, your gene, your one cell, or this whole universe, everything as a number, it can be just reduced to a number. Everything you see is just number. Ramanujam, the mathematician, great mathematician Ramanujam, he mastered this number universe. Number universe Lord is Lakshmi. That is why he says, Namagiri Lakshmi reveals all the mathematics and the number secrets to him. They ask, Ramanujam was interviewed, they ask him, how you just like that reveal the answers and solve the problems. He says, Namagiri Lakshmi, Namagiri Tayar. That Namagiri Lakshmi reveals it to me. Means the number universe was open to him. He was Sahasravatani in the field of number. Your aspect of number, understand, it's actually your own aspect. Listen clearly, listen carefully. Your ability to breathe deeply is the aspect of these huge storms. If you can breathe deeply, you can create a storm in the universe. If you can increase your blood pressure, you can create tsunami in the ocean. You are universe. If you think you are connected to universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can become one with the universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you know you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. I finished the whole philosophy, the philosophical problems of Hinduism in this one statement. If you think you can connect with universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can manifest as universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you think you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. That's all. This four is the whole philosophical problems of Hinduism. Number is one aspect of you. Number universe is one parallel universe. Listen. Even if you miss one statement I am uttering, you will miss the whole essence. I really want you to know, how many of you understand the number is one aspect of you and the whole universe can be reduced to numbers? These two statements. Raise your hand. Whether it's your genetical code or DNA code. Actually, Paramashiva has put a barcode on you. That is what is your genetical code and DNA code numbers. He has put a barcode. Just like how you guys put the barcode on all products. Go to mall and see, even the fruits have barcode. Same way, Paramashiva has put a barcode on all of us. That is what is our DNA code. That is what is our genetical code. For this whole universe, there are codes, numbers. I tell you, if you can play with the number, actually, I'll give you one small example. I can just alter the number in my mind and raise my pressure, blood pressure, or lower it. If I just meditate on 11 ones, blood pressure becomes normal. If I just meditate on 9 nines, blood pressure just goes up. Hey, these are most important secrets I am revealing. Any of you have a blood pressure related problem, just meditate on 11, means 11 times. That 11. Try to utter that in your own mother tongue. How many crore, how many lakh, how many million, how many, what is the number of 11? Your blood pressure will become normal. Too simple. Just decide the 11 be my brain code for now. Simply your whole pressure will be normal. When you want to handle something very stressful, like you need high adrenaline, you are going to handle a very stressful meeting where you are going to face many cunning people, strategic people who are there out just to cheat you. You are going to handle that kind of a difficult people. Just meditate on 9. 9 nines. You will be fresh with a high adrenaline for a high adrenaline meeting. Listen. Number is a life. Just number is a life. Number is the first parallel universe. Number universe is the first parallel universe. Only Vedic mathematics has the longest numbers defined linguistically. Hey, not just through digitally, linguistically defined. The Vedic mathematics has the linguistically defined names for 201. 200 times if you put 1, Koti Antara Koti is the number. 200 times you can put 1. There's a linguistic description for that in Vedic mathematics. Because the brain of the Vedic rishis was so vast, it was able to capture even the supercomputers can't capture it in the modern day. Listen, capturing the number and converting them into the linguistic means the language, processing and expanding or subtracting or playing with it through the language foundation is wealth. Ability to convert the longest digits into language through the linguistic name, able to process the numbers, come to conclusions through the linguistic understanding, names, and convert them back to the number. It's like a 4 plus 4 is 8. So the 4 gets converted into the language called 4 and gets processed. 4 plus 4 is 8, and the 8 again becomes the number called 8. This flow, if it can happen for the longest numbers in your brain, that is called wealth. Lakshmi. Wealth grew if it is present in your brain. You have to be wealthy. Nothing can be done. This is the wealth grew. Wealth grew means ability to grasp the number and convert them into language. You know, it can be Sanskrit, English, Tamil, your mother tongue. And in the language, you process it. After the result comes, you convert that back to number. How many of you are understanding this circle? This whole thing? Raise your hand. This capacity, this groove is wealth, and it grows in your brain if you consume more ghee and curd and no meat. No meat. More ghee and curd makes this groove strong in your brain. Listen. Listen. Person who can play with long numbers digitally and linguistically will not fall sick, because the ability of brain handling number and language simultaneously increases the brain's capacity to automate all the automatic actions needed to happen in your body to keep your body and mind healthy. One of the conclusions I am giving you is, our grandparents who knows the table by heart, 100 into 100, they will tell simply in 1 second, live long, healthy, because your brain, when it develops the capacity to convert the number to language and process it in language, and result gets converted again back to number, this capacity, the brain simultaneously develops the capacity to give command to your liver, kidney, intestine, everything to work synergetically. Synergy of your brain to work with the number, work with the internal organ is one and the same. Your health and your ability to process the number is directly connected. The Iyengars, Ayers, who eat so much ghee, curd, they will have huge stomach. You will never hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will have huge bellies. You won't hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will be living 90, 100, comfortably pulling that huge belly. They will defy all your medical science because their brain knows how to synergetically command all organs. Hey, listen. All medical understandings about the belly, fat, everything, these Iyengars and Ayers will defy just because of this one capacity. I tell you guys, any one of you, do little research, put your 3 months time and research on your brain's ability to convert the number into language, your mother tongue, process it and get the result in your mother tongue and convert it back to digit. Digit becomes your mother tongue, gets processed, and the result again becomes digit. This capacity and your health is directly connected. Any of you guys do research on this and establish, you will get a Nobel Prize. And I am giving you the theme for a Nobel Prize. Nobody ever looked into this. Listen. Healing the body, keeping the body synergetically healthy without any external medication is possible just by making the man's capacity to handle number into his mother tongue and process it and convert the result from his mother tongue back to digit. Understand? Your brain's capacity to convert the digit into mother tongue, process the digit in mother tongue, and the result of that process, converting that result again back to digit. This capacity and synergetically keeping your internal organs healthy. These two capacities are directly interconnected and one raises the other. One works on the other. Lots of health secrets can be revealed, discovered. Lots of modern day pharmaceutical mafia's myths will be destroyed. How many of you understand this Iyengars and Ayers having such big double-sized pot belly live for 100 years defying all the myths of the modern day science? How many of you have seen it? Raise your hand. Not just one or two. Go to every Indian village, you will see Iyengars and Ayers with huge pot belly, living for 100 years, healthy, without going to any hospital. defying the whole modern medical science. Listen, what I am saying is one revelation from parallel universe. Your brain's ability to play with the number and your mother tongue is the same ability synergetically commanding your internal organs and spontaneously, simultaneously making them alive, aligning each other. Your ability to convert the digit into mother tongue straight makes your liver active intensely. Your liver is responsible for 500 various actions in your body. This capacity, pitta, it's called pitta. Pitta means ability to play between digital and verbal, digit and words. This capacity to play is called pitta. In Sanskrit, you will be surprised. The liver fluid is called pitta neer. In Ayurveda, see, in Veda, there are 6 Ubaveda. Jyotisha, which is number, and Ayurveda, health. These 2 are from same unit. Because our guys know number and health, ability to play with the number and ability to be healthy is one and the same. Both are from same root. If you understand astrology, you will understand health science. If you understand health science, you will understand astrology. Whole thing is just number. Number is the first parallel universe. Jyotisha Ayurveda interconnection itself is just number. Listen, just meditate on 1,000 crore. You will become fresh now. 1,000 crore. Don't try to skip. Don't try to escape from the number of zeros. For 1 crore, how many zero? Then naturally you have to calculate. For 1,000, 3 zero. For 10,000, 4 zero. For 1 lakh, 5 zero. For 100 lakh, 7 zero. And then 1,000 crore means 7 plus 3, 10 zero. 1, that 10. Without skipping, without brushing it aside, just sit and meditate on 1,000 crore, you will become fresh. Because the number, digit, becoming mother tongue, thinking through in your mother tongue, again becoming digit, makes your liver fresh. Liver, L-I-V-E-R, your liver, is responsible for simultaneous, spontaneous, synergetic trigger
of all the internal organs and keeping you fresh and alive. Then just think, crore, crore. Don't try to skip. Don't think, what am I going to do? Thinking of crore and crore. Whenever I need to calculate, I will pick up calculator or a cell phone or Apple Watch I have. If you are thinking your Apple Watch is enough for you to calculate numbers, the Apple Watch company fellow will become rich. If you depend on your brain, not only you will become rich, I tell you, listen. If you can handle larger numbers in your head, you will be beautiful. Because the symmetry of the body and ability to handle the number is one and the same. Hey, listen. Beauty is not related to shape of the body. It is related to symmetry of the body. Symmetry means how it flows in the eyes of the other. How it flows in the eyes of the other. That is the symmetry. Capacity to handle larger numbers makes you beautiful. There is so much in the number. I tell you, number universe is the first parallel universe. The statements I am making, all of them are absolutely logical and truthful. If you want to be beautiful, trust your ability to handle process numbers than beauty parlors. Beauty parlors may make some small changes in you, but the game of playing with numbers internally will make your internal organs alive, fresh. I tell you, if you can play with the numbers inside your brain, it is equivalent to doing 1 hour yoga. 10 minutes without getting tired, without skipping, playing with the numbers in your brain is equivalent to 1 hour yoga. You will trigger all your internal organs to be simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically activated. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. If you trigger your brain. Listen, brain is number, throat is mother tongue. If you sync both and trigger them, that will straight trigger the liver and make the liver work synergetically, spontaneously, simultaneously, and balance your whole internal organs, body, make you best, healthy and beautiful. Alison Asami is asking, are there any books you recommend on the topic? There are no books available. It's all my revelations directly from Vedas and Upavedas. There are no books available to give you this precise essence. It's like I have understood and grounded. You see, it's like a 10-ton sugar can. I crushed, took the essence, made it into sugar and just feeding into you. I grasped the whole Vedas and Upanishads and Upavedas, took the essence I am sharing with you. The foundation, fundamental principle I am trying to establish now is the first parallel universe called number universe. Number universe. By meditating on larger numbers, you can alter your genetical code and DNA code. Listen. Listen. I want you to know, this is not for pride I am telling you the truth. See, the mitochondria cell energy. All of you know that mitochondria cell energy, which can be studied and clearly understood. Number. The medical science can tell you the mitochondria cell energy of each one of you. If you just do some blood test, it will reveal. We did a lot of researches. People had 600 times their mitochondria cell energy go up after my initiation during the inner awakening. We have studied and we have the papers, double blind study. We can share it with you all. And that same doctor did mitochondria cell energy number of mine, which was 40,000 times more than any normal human being recorded till now. The human beings, mitochondria cell energy, largest number recorded as on now. Mine was 40,000 times more, not 40,000 percentage, 40,000 times more. It is just if you meditate on larger number, your mitochondria cell energy just shoots up. And mitochondria cell energy shooting up makes your body healthy, energetic, alive, fresh, and heals it completely. Somebody is putting the message. Swamiji reading Mrihendragama, where Paramashiva describes the structure of Brahmanda, that experience I am experiencing now in this session. Renaissance, I am making the Mrihendragama into an initiation, experience for all of you. So internalize it, receive it. You may think, how? If my brain thinks about number, my mitochondria cell energy will go up. It will. It will. And next, listen to this next. Not only if you
think about larger numbers and internalize them, your mitochondria cell energy will go up. Even if you are touched by somebody who thinks large numbers in his brain, his mitochondria cell energy will be transmitted to you and your energy will go up. That is why Krishna says, wherever wealth is there, Shri is there, I am manifesting. Wherever wealth is there, I am manifesting. This whole thing is number. Brain grasping the digit, converting it into your mother tongue, a natural flow. Mother tongue is natural flow. In Ayurveda, thyroid gland and mother tongue have a same word. If you know Sanskrit, a little bit of Ayurveda, you will understand. Thyroid gland and mother tongue, for both in Ayurveda we have a same word. Your brain able to convert the digit into your mother tongue, process it in your mother tongue and convert that result from your mother tongue back to digit. That capacity, when it is expanded, it triggers your health. Spontaneously, simultaneously, synergistically. I am giving you simple revelations. You can process high complicated numbers and send that energy to somebody, that person will become healthy. You can process some crooked, complicated numbers in your brain. Just straight throw that arrow on somebody, that fellow will immediately die. This is the science of astras in Hindu tradition. Listen. When Arjuna, Karna, all these warriors go to war, they don't carry all the weapons like physically. They carry the codes, barcodes of each of the weapon. So they will just utter that barcode, process that, release it, and straight it goes and kills the enemy. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? They carry the barcode number of the weapons. When Brahma appears and gives Brahmastra to Vishwamitra, he reveals the barcode, password of Brahmastra to Vishwamitra and goes. It is all just barcode sharing, password sharing. When Drona teaches Brahmastra to his son, Drona reveals it to his son, he just gives the barcode, password. It's like how the Indian politicians, they save all their money and put it in the Swiss bank, and that bank account number only they know. When they are about to die, they will tell that number secretly to his son and die. Or they will tell, hey, in the puja room, my grandfather's photo is there. Behind that photo frame, I have put that bank account number. Go and open the frame and see that is the bank account number. Take all the money and enjoy. And they'll die. That's exactly what Drona does to Ashwatthama. Barcode number, cosmic barcode number. For each of these astra, passcode is revealed. That's all. First, Ashwatthama will be prepared for his brain to have this ability to process large numbers for good or bad. The capacity will be built in Gurukul. Once the capacity is built, he will be given the number. That's all. To process the barcode. If you understand this, you will understand how the Ramayana Yuddha, Mahabharata Yuddha, all that happened. I can just process a number in my system and send it to you and make you healthy. Manifest enlightenment. Raise your consciousness to the higher level.
number universe is one of the most mind-boggling revelations from Swamiji. I mean, have we ever wondered, even when Swamiji revealed about the 14 lokas, the parallel universes, nobody would have ever wondered how can numbers form a universe and how things are all coded based on numbers, everything in this universe, and how just by connecting to numbers, we will have enlightenment itself.
All of us are getting to enjoy. So it's exclusive. That's why Marupaksha, this link is not available anywhere else. Right. And now to all the participants that are here with us, we have a very, very important announcement to make. We request all the participants to intensely listen. This is a very important announcement that we have a very exciting and important announcement. We request all of you listening. Today is a very special and an auspicious day. Today is a very, very, very special and a very auspicious day. We have an important announcement to make for all of you. I hope the exciting, historic, sacred news about the KAILASA's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi, the very place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has stayed in one place for the longest in his advent on this planet Earth, is this place, the very home where the avatar spent his childhood in, has officially become part of KAILASA. So I know this news has been there for the last few days. It's been very exciting and going viral amongst the devotees, especially who are celebrating this beautiful, historic, sacred happening. And as we rejoice and celebrate this auspicious moment, this is something really near and dear for all of us. We also have a very important and an exciting news for all of you. The pre-inauguration rituals, which takes almost 5 days. Pre-inauguration rituals are going to be commencing from today, and the Prana Pratishta, which is breathing life into the deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is also going to be happening today. This is actually a 5-day ritual. So it's a very, very, very special one. And today, Swamiji himself is going to be gracing and blessing all of us on this auspicious, sacred moment, where all of us are warmly welcomed to be a part of this auspicious ritual that's going to be happening today. This is going to be starting from, the darshan is therefore going to be starting from 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time. And this is with the fallback included. So it's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The darshan is going to be starting at that time, followed by the pre-inauguration rituals and the Prana Pratishta of Swamiji's deity in the sacred land of Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi.
Very, very important historic occasion for every one of us around the world. This moment marks an important day in the history of not just Kailasa, but for all of the Hindus. We now have, in addition to all the existing glorious Tirtha Stalas, Kshetras, we now have the Nithyananda Janma Bhumi as one of the most important kshetras, which for till the end of time is going to remain radiating the energy of the descent of the avatar. On this day, we are going to be beginning the pre-inauguration rituals. And this is a 3-day ritual process that will be happening. And we will be having the darshan at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which will lead up to the pre-inauguration rituals. We are all eager. I know every one of us are awaiting eagerly to see the very place in which the avatar descended. Every wall, every pillar of that house has been a witness to the glorious leelas played by the avatar.
How many of you have listened to the leelas of how when Swamiji was very, very young, a small child was just learning to crawl. And Swamiji's grandmother showed him a big box of shiny gold jewels, silver jewels, filled with shiny, shiny jewels, and kept it in front of the child. But Swamiji, as a young baby, crawled and removed all those jewels away, put his hand inside the box, pulled out a Rudraksha and held it with him. We still had that Rudraksha till date. And till before this, we all only had the Rudraksha with us. And today, we are going to be, and from the time the KAILASA, Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi became part of KAILASA, we are also now having the very place where this Leela happened. Whether the footprints of Swamiji's pet, which is there in the house, or the walls that witness the avatar in his childhood phase, doing all the amazing leelas that he did, the doors, the very floor, everything still remains to this day and as a kshetra for all of us to worship. This inauguration is going to be happening very soon. And today, the pre-inauguration rituals, which is a 5-day ritual, is going to be commencing with the Prana Pratishta of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's deity. That's going to be happening today.
And all the participants that are sitting with us here, every single day, we're all going to be learning a lot about this because there's so much to talk. Like not just every person of Tiruvannamalai, even every stone and every grass, every plant in Tiruvannamalai has something to tell about Swamiji. Because every single stone, every single grass has been a witness to the leelas that Swamiji has played. That is the earth upon which Paramashiva descended. Thousands of years ago, he assumed his form there. And in his latest incarnation, in his Paramavatara, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he chose to descend there. To all the participants that are sitting here with us, this is going to be a very, very special occasion. All the Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2 and Level 3 participants, please invite your friends and family members to join us in for the darshan. The darshan will be starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we request every one of you to welcome your friends, family members, all of them to join us. Now, let's come back to understanding about the number universe that Swamiji just revealed about. We've been learning about 25 states of consciousness. We learned about 11 dimensions, which makes up the whole existence. Now let us understand about this number universe. What is this number universe? And based on what does this function? Swamiji revealed one of the most important truths. Every number is a devata. It has the individual independent intelligence for it to reveal the truths. They're all individual independent intelligence that manifests and interacts with us. Nithyananda, Majin, how are you all able to hear? I'm seeing one of the participants posting there's no sound. And all the participants of Paramashivoham, thank you, Ma Vinuta. And to all the participants, there are many of you I see who ask how you can join Paramashivoham Level 3. If you want to join Paramashivoham Level 1, if you have not attended Paramashivoham Level 1 before, you can directly attend Paramashivoham Level 1. If you have graduated, if you have finished Paramashivoham Level 1, you can take Paramashivoham Level 2 as a course. And for you to join the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, if you have finished Paramashivoham Level 1 and Level 2, you can join Level 3. And in the Level 3 program, we are going to be having the most advanced revelations, and all the truths that Swamiji has revealed will be taken to an advanced level where we experientially understand about astral travel, parallel universes, and so on. So all those who have attended Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2 even once before are all eligible to attend Paramashivoham Level 3. If you have not attended Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2, we kindly request you all to go to Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2 respectively. And then if you have attended Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2, then you can come and join us in Paramashivoham Level 3 program. And as you sign in, you will actually see the option where you will have to check the boxes. So before you join, you'll have to check whether you have joined Paramashivam 1. If you have finished Paramashivam 1, just put a tick there. If you have finished Paramashivam 2, put a tick there. Automatically lead you to Paramashivam Level 3. If not, you will first be going to Paramashivam Level 1 by default. So, Ma Irina, the darshan is at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Irina Mashraw. The darshan is at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And now the respective programs of Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2 will be resuming, and Paramashivoham Level 3 will be resuming. We will be having the darshan at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yes. All the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, let us now resume understanding about the number universe, what Swamiji had revealed. Now, I'm going to start with asking you all a question, okay? From what Swamiji revealed to all of us just now. So, my first question to all of you, Swamiji revealed about certain permutation combination of numbers, which, when cognized, will enable us to have impact on the physical matter, the physical realm. For example, Swamiji had revealed about how if we have the right visualization of a particular number, Swamiji had revealed how that will reduce the blood pressure. If we visualize a particular set of numbers, Swamiji revealed how it will increase the blood pressure. Now, can I request all the participants to go ahead, all the Paramashivoham level 3 participants, to go ahead and type and post? What are those permutation combinations? See, simple things, Swamiji revealed. First thing is, whole universe belongs to the simple logic, which is nothing more than a number. Everything in this known universe can be reduced to a mere number. Whether it is your body, whether it's your health, wealth, relationships, your strategies, decisions, planets, Milky Way, DNA, the DNA strands, everything can be reduced to numbers. One of the best examples that Swamiji gave was the example of a supermarket. Let's say in a supermarket, whether you want to identify one of the biggest furnitures, the most expensive bag, or whether you want to identify an apple, the whole thing is systemized through numbers, barcodes, right? That's why when at the billing counters, they go based on the barcodes, the number associated with every single item. You buy a toothbrush, there's a barcode for it. Or you buy a big wardrobe, there's a barcode for it. You want to buy a bed, there's a barcode for it. You want to buy a chocolate, there's a barcode for it. Everything similarly in the known world can be reduced to a particular pattern of numbers. Whether it is your DNA code, your relationship with your mother, your relationship with your daughter, your relationship with your spouse, or whether it is the knowledge that exists, the data, whether it is technology, whether it is knowledge, whether it is language, whether it's everything, your existence, your blood pressure, your heartbeat, your pulse rate, everything can be reduced to mere numbers. But our understanding of number is very different. Swamiji tells the number universe is the first parallel universe. So we learned about the Bur Loka, Bhuvar Loka, Suvar Loka, Mahar Loka, and so on. The number universe is the first parallel universe where everything is observed just as numbers. Everything in the known universe is observed as numbers. And one of the most amazing truths that Swamiji revealed is about how our ability to convert the longest digits into language through linguistic names, then being able to process the numbers and come to the conclusions through linguistic understandings and being able to convert them back to numbers in your brain indicates the presence of wealth groove in your brain. And Swamiji said, just if anyone taps into this, they experience, just if someone taps into this one line of visualization, this is a Nobel Prize concept, thesis for Nobel Prize. If anyone studies this one thing and writes a clear thesis on this, Swamiji said they can open up new pages in the history of mathematics, in the world of mathematics, and they can get awarded a Nobel Prize. Why is this concept so complicated? Actually, you all should know. We have these numbers, right? We have ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, a million, and then we have a billion, and even after billion, we know the next number is trillion. And that's all. We just have this many numbers only, the names, the unit names to measure. But did you know in Hinduism, we have a unit word, clear word. Like for example, how will you measure the number which is 4 times trillion? We don't have a word for it. But in Hinduism, there are clear number words, linguistic terminologies, like how we say 10,000s, there's thousands. Like that, in Sanskrit, there are numbers, denominators that indicates numbers up to hundreds of trillions. That is why Swamiji says anybody studies Sanskrit and learns to convert the linguistic, that phonetic syllables into numbers in their brain, they will literally experience enlightenment. Numbers have that power. Now, Swamiji gave an amazing technique for this. Okay, so we have Karin Shivnadar who's posted. It looks like the answer of any situation of numbers for any situation or organ. We can use it. Yes, all the numbers can be used for you to benefit in your respective aspects. Like for example, let's say you have the whole thing about blood pressure, for example. Now, just by meditating on a particular set of numbers, you will be able to reduce the blood pressure. In Hinduism, we have produced amazing geniuses like Shakuntala Devi, or whether it is Srinivasa Ramanujam. Each of them have been able to tap into this, where they're able to experience numbers not just as digits, but as independent intelligence that has the ability to convey to you experiences. That's why Swamiji tells, if we meditate on 1,000 crore, if you meditate on 1,000 crore, you will feel so fresh. Whenever you're sleepy, just try visualizing 1,000 crore. You'll become fresh. How many zeros are there in 1,000 crore? Try it. You'll suddenly feel so fresh. Now, whenever you meditate on 9 nines, you will start seeing the difference in the blood pressure. If we just understand this one thing, when you meditate on these numbers, you will see instantly the significance of it. You will see the way it impacts your life, the way you will physically see it reacting. Physically, you will see the changes that is happening in your system. All right. Now, I'm going to ask every one of you to sit and spend a few minutes on actually trying and meditating on this. Let's try the exact process that Swamiji revealed. Just close your eyes and visualize the 10,000 crore. Just try visualizing the numbers. You don't need to do anything much. Just try visualizing the numbers. Please relax. Now, let us all enter into the next session where we learn about the 14 lokas mapped to the 25 states of consciousness.
Sometimes people ask me, what's the difference between various states of consciousness and various planes of the universe? Understand? If you go to dream state and come back, what you see in the dream state, what others see in their dream state will not be same. Both of you may be sleeping in the same room, but when you go to dream, the world will be different. When he goes to dream, the world will be different. But conscious planes, the multi-dimension planes of the universe means like a tapoloka, satyaloka, kailasa. If he gets into kailasa and you get into kailasa and come back, description will be same. The scene will be same. Listen carefully. The various states of consciousness is more like the subjective truths. Planes of the universe means subjective truth becoming reality in the universal plane. Understand? How? Now all of you experience the same in this Jakrat plane. This wall is same for all of you. This mic is same for all of you. The interpretations about the mic will be different. The knowledge about the wall will be different. Perception about the wall will be different, but wall is same. Understand? Truth is same. The facts you derive will be different. So this is the plane of Bhu. If you enter into the planes of Swa, Tapa, Satya, exploring those planes through the various states of consciousness, I should say, if we need to send a rocket to Mars, the fuel we need to fill is states of consciousness. If we need to reach Kailasa, we need to fill our being with Turyatita. The fuel is the states of consciousness. The place to reach the plane is those lokas. Sadashiva has given a very elaborate, detailed science. He has not left us orphans. Understand? If you leave your cell phone to your child and tell the child to call whenever he or she needs, and you have the capacity to appear the moment even he tries to type your number, you can't say you left your child orphan. No one can say your child has been left orphan. He has left us his cell phone number and he appears even if you start typing the number. Understand? He left the science to us. He has not denied it to the humanity. He has not denied it for the human beings. When the science is available, it's our responsibility to explore it. Of course, it's my responsibility to make it user-friendly for all of you.
Yoga as religion, that is Hinduism. It is from the Hindu culture, Hindu tradition. Yoga has evolved. Hindu thought current. Yoga has evolved. It's a gift we gave it to the world from the Hindu thought current. The original Vedic and Agamic description, definition of yoga, 3 levels: the science of exploring various powers, science of exploring various states of consciousness, science of exploring various dimensions of the universe. Understand? Some of the planets, the base material of the planet is diamond. You should know some of the planets are 80% diamond material. When we have access to the planets and able to transport, what will happen? Nobody can describe. Whether diamond market will collapse or value of our wealth will go up, we don't know. Access, possibility, opens new doors which can't be described. You do not know the result and end result.